there was one drive in which he kind of walked off, and I saw him, he was putting his head down. He was kind of thinking about, he wants to make the play. He wants to have that game-changing drive because he feels like he has that ability, and we've seen it. So don't be discouraged from one drive or two drives. It's a good football team over there. So just trying to keep him to keep his confidence high and keep on chasing that standard which he set, and we're going to continue to support him.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Do you renounce your God, Shahive? Hi, how you doing?
Easy.
I just want to see.
Jeez.
Right? That's how we got to start this. Huh? Where are all you fans out there?
Jeez, calm
How did
down.
he play yesterday? Oh, you are morons! Get the hell out of my town!
Cosplaying as Lima right now. I don't know what's going on here.
Not on my Twitter thread. That being said, that open courtesy of the University Hospitals Cleveland Browns Radio Network and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've also got Jake Murren doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel and producing. We've got Jake Volnick doing the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you?
Doing very well.
I can tell you're almost too excited for a Browns loss in a situation where the Browns could have had a game there. Almost a little too excited. People are wondering, do you care more about Shador's failures than you do a Browns win in that department?
Many people are asking this.
I always think to myself when I come in here, I'm like, the easier Nick is in the pre-show meeting and the easier that he is in general is the more ramped up he's be to just absolutely try to bury me when the time comes. That's all that ever is.
No.
That's all that ever is with you.
There will be no burying today.
He played a half of football. Is that right?
I believe it was a half of football,
not great.
Yes.
It was by no stretch of the measure was it great. That was about as bad as it surprised me how bad that even was. But come on, he played a half of a football.
But he was bad.
Yeah, he was bad. There's no other really way to look at it. He was bad.
I love that all day, every argument has to begin with, I like Shador, or, I've been critical of Shador, but then everybody has to just be like it's like the only way you can move forward with a conversation with anyone is if you start with, and Shador played bad.
Well, there's no hiding from that. There's no running from that. You have to start. I'm going to say Shador played bad maybe 75 times today, roughly, starting every conversation. Maybe 125 times. I don't know.
You got to up those. Those are
what
rookie
numbers you need from a guy like me. And that, it didn't look good.
You're an analytics guy. We got to get the numbers.
There was parts of my day in watching that where I legitimately had my hands over my eyes, buried into my couch because I felt like he was disappointing me in such a big way. Where I was like, I'm telling my wife, I'm like, you can't believe what an idiot this guy's making me look like right now. I'm telling, I go, this is a shocking thing ever. I can't believe how bad he looks, even though, yes, he had no offensive line. He had, at the time, Judkins didn't do much in helping him out in the run game or anything like that. He's throwing to a bunch of receivers that he's never even thrown to. All these things aside, and all these reasons why I told you on Friday that if he got in, I wasn't going to be able to do anything with that type of game because the deck was stacked against him.
Unless he was good.
Well, that's part of what it was, because it was like, if he's good, well, amazing. I listen to people all day long on the other side of this tell me that Justin Herbert basically gets a whole pass for what happens the whole entire Chargers season, and in particular yesterday's game, because Slater's out and Alda's out, and because two parts of their offensive line are backups, and that's enough of a reason. So, there is a lot to this conversation. There were some good in there. I think we can both agree on that. There's at least some excitement in there. But overall, it looked about, 10 times worse than I thought it was going to look.
I just think the funniest thing about all this is everybody's saying the same thing. Shador didn't look good. He had no help and wasn't fully prepared.
Right.
And there was some good there. Everyone agrees on those three things.
That's really about it.
It was Armageddon. It was crap rolling downhill to a bigger pile of crap. Listening to people go out of their way to find a way to disagree. Guys, no, I've not heard one person say it was good enough yesterday. I also have not heard one person think the Browns have put Shador in the best, most optimal position to succeed, a la what they did with Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, in fact, it made me feel bad for Dylan Gabriel yesterday.
And I've not heard one person negate the Harold Fannin play, even the play where he rolled out.
How about the Larvin throw that could have been a touchdown if Awuzie hadn't got his hand in there, or really if Larvin wasn't Larvin? Honestly,
even the damn Isaiah Bond play. He missed the throw. That was a really good play in the face of bad pressure. I've not heard a person... I'm beginning to be convinced that the entire conversation is just people, like a lot of things on the planet, just going out of their way to create narratives to then disagree, because you and I are going to agree on the three main things, the only three things that matter out of yesterday's game with Shador.
Yeah, probably. And the three you mentioned there, I don't know. I don't even know that we'll split hairs on the idea that I thought he looked maybe not better statistically than Dylan, but the idea that you had to push the ball down the field. The fact that when you go into that final drive, I actually wondered, are they going to be able to score on this drive? Where if it was Dylan, I wouldn't have been able to wonder that.
Yeah, that's another thing, by the way. Like, is there any Browns fan out there that didn't enjoy, on some level, watching a quarterback throw the ball down the field?
It was fun.
That's not, and by the way,
that part was fun. The rest of it maybe not as much fun.
That's not,
as I buried my head in my couch.
It does continue on this line of thinking, though. If Shador and Dylan combined and merged into one quarterback, you'd have a two-handed quarterback because it'd be like your ambidextrous
quarterback. That's kind of cool. Like, no, this
thinking.
plays for your right hand. Yeah. This plays for your left hand.
And also you'd have a complete quarterback. If you can move like Dylan and process like Dylan, but throw like Shador, and just, exist like Shador, you'd be at least the 8th best quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, but even if you had this offensive line trying to protect him, I think you have a problem either way. And that's kind of the big deal. Like, 21 dropbacks, he had 12 pressures. That's 57%. League average is 38%. Like, they were getting to him at a rate that is unheard of in the NFL, and getting the pressure and the blitzes that they were trying to do and throwing the house in that direction, and knowing that the Browns had no recourse in being able to try to stop it. The Fannin play, you want to know why that play worked? Actually had time to throw the ball.
Yeah, I would like to point out that for everyone who said he's a fifth-round quarterback, why are we talking about him so much? A lot of people overreacting to a fifth-round quarterback struggling yesterday.
That is a lot of people having conversations about this. A lot of people having conversations about it.
It's interesting they don't seem to have a problem having the conversation today.
I was really surprised at the amount of people that seem to understand what happened yesterday and are almost giving Shador the old Peterlin pass in many respects. I'm harder on
Peterlin pass.
Yeah, I think I might be harder on Shador than I think a lot of other people in this conversation, and that was a surprise to me. But I didn't know, though. I didn't know if I'm just playing in my Shador corners where everything seems a little bit rosier than maybe it always needs to be.
Have you just blocked half the internet?
No, I don't block people for a bad or a wrong Shador Sanders take.
Did you just not go on Twitter?
I thought I spent a lot of time on Twitter.
Okay, I just don't know, because it was a bloodbath. And honestly, the second the kids stepped out on the field, it was a bloodbath.
I think people were excited, though, and I think that's where what's winning out right now is the idea. I think that excitement existed within that game that didn't exist when Dylan's in there, and it was fun. And at 2-8, I feel like people are leaning towards the fun. Not that they're saying that Shador was any good, more the idea that at least you might have something moving forward that could be fun to watch.
I just think, like in terms of the fury that's been displayed, right? I don't get it. I don't. Yes, it was a winnable game that you lost. There have been, I want to say, 6 of the 10 games that were winnable games that were lost this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've had plenty of winnable games, and you haven't won them. There's one game where you've definitively won. And by the way, that win looks better every day, because Miami's winning left and right against teams that are your stature or better in the NFL.
They've won 3 out of their last 4.
But even the fury about guys, saying Dylan played better than Shador yesterday, guys, what are we doing? I'm not going to get mad. I get mad about Dylan because Dylan's been given every opportunity and he's still way below par. Like with Shador yesterday, the idea we should have any kind of expectation for him. Why? Because a bunch of people on social media like him, and because a bunch of people bought his jersey?
Well, if you were to script up a game, Nick, where you basically stack the deck against the quarterback that is entering that, you would do it where the game plan is for Dylan Gabriel. You come into a game where the game plan is for Dylan Gabriel. You're throwing to receivers you've never thrown before to. You already have your starting left tackle that is out and removed from the game. Meanwhile, your starting right tackle is getting injured during the game and deciding to play through it all. That would have been the recipe to have somebody fail. In many ways, that would have been it. That's not excusing what happened with Shador, but that is just pointing out that I don't know many people that would have had success there.
He's also a rookie. And the same thing with Dylan Gabriel. The one fair defense of Dylan Gabriel this whole time, even though, watch him, he doesn't have the physical talent to do it. That was evident in 5 seconds watching Shador try to throw the ball down the field, even if it was to the other team. The point is, they're both rookies. The amount of people that got pissed about yesterday's game and got mad at Shador or got mad in the takes about Dylan Gabriel, it's guys, they came in at 2-7. They were a 7.5 point dog. Mm-hmm. Just because they were in it at the end, it doesn't mean you have to melt down because the Browns lost to the Ravens. The universe is in the right order.
Right.
You lost a game you should have lost, no matter who is why you lost it. And by the way, it's not just Shador. It would be, oh gosh, who's the kid on defense that the kid that basically allowed Mark Andrews to waltz by him on the not tush push.
The not tush push.
I'll be honest with you, I don't understand the outrage today. A fifth rounder looked like a fifth rounder. A rookie looked like a rookie. And by the way, before that, another rookie quarterback looked like another rookie quarterback too.
Yeah, I don't necessarily see the outrage from like a win-loss perspective for the Browns in this game. I thought that would be more prevalent, but I don't really see that. It is really just around the quarterback, and I think the handling of the quarterbacks in general. I think that's where a lot of people sit to be angry today. I'm not angry. I'm just more, I guess embarrassed might be the right word. But even that, it feels a little unfair because in the sports world, as you know, I'm not going to sit here and say that Shador's career is done after a half of football, or that somehow the people that think that they're all of a sudden proven right because Shador didn't look good in a half of a football game, they're all of a sudden they're proven right until the end of time. That would also be really silly of me as well. But it was not a good look by Shador. No way.
Yeah, like again, all of the things that we've said here are true. Shador didn't look good. Shador showed a couple moments where you can kind of see why he could be an NFL quarterback in the future.
Yeah.
And didn't have a lot of support around him. And the Browns lost a game they should lose. And so the reality is, all the noise around this is created by the fans at this point. Team hadn't done it. The kid hasn't done it. If you listen to the kid after the game, like he went out of his way to be
straight
like,
up says it wasn't good.
Well, and also he went out of his way to be like, hey, can we like not boo Dylan Gabriel? Because that's not helping the team.
Well, I mean, this is one of the first times he's actually talked in front of the media in like that type of setting since the pantomime incident.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like people had been giving him a lot of open space to have these weekly interviews and discuss everything under the sun. So in that moment, to even have the awareness to defend Dylan, I thought was a nice gesture by Shador. But he was like, any Shador fans are like, wow, Jonathan, you're gonna be hard on him today. It's like he was just as hard on himself as anybody yesterday in that post game.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. So we're going to start here. Are more people defending Shador than hating on him? We do have to get to just the continued conversation about the Browns losing in this game and the least talked about thing, which should be definitely talked about more, despite the quarterbacks going out there and playing the way they did. But we got Daryl Ruiter, the birthday boy, coming up at 3:20 today, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We've got quick hits at 3:40 with the latest in a bananas weekend in the NFL.
decision with a knee injury. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live from 6 to 10 a.m. and Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin with Afternoon Drive live weekdays from 2 to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Tell him to keep his head up. I know there was one drive in which he kind of walked off, and I saw him putting his head down. I know he was kind of thinking about he wants to make the play. He wants to have that game-changing drive because, he feels like he has that ability, and, we've seen it. So don't be discouraged from, one drive or two drives. It's a good football team over there. So just, trying to keep him to, keep his confidence high and keep on chasing that standard in which he set, and we're going to continue to support him. He spoke after the game, and he wanted to pin it on, himself and his performance, but we're not going to allow him to do that. It's a team game, so we're all in this together.
Myles Garrett on Shador Sanders. On the message to Shador Sanders, we also heard from Wyatt Teller yesterday saying that's maybe the second or third time he's heard Shador's cadence in the huddle. And the resounding message from the Browns vet was, you're the backup, you went in there, you're not the reason we lost. And there was an element of kumbaya after the loss that I think was the right tone of support in the same way that it's been for Dillon Gabriel when he's had stinker performances.
Well, I did think a lot of Browns fans would find it refreshing. It doesn't make it easier on the loss or anything like that, or take away from the idea that he was not good at all in that game. The idea that he did at least stand up there and take accountability for it all. Mm-hmm. And he did. He said that was rough. Before we could even create narratives or do anything, he's like, that was rough. That wasn't a good game. And then I stood up, I apologized to the locker room, and he gets these type of moments more oftentimes than not.
Yeah, and I just think in general, every time you hear from the kid, he's just a nice kid.
Yeah.
Just a really, so it's why when we've heard all these, he's this, he's that, this boogeyman that they've turned this kid into, it's just the most ridiculous narrative because I've never seen a shred of it other than he's got a film crew that followed him around in training camp. Mm-hmm. Was that it?
Yeah,
was that the one?
I guess so.
Ah, what an awful person. But no,
right.
like the person that is Shador, which we saw sign countless autographs for an hour after practice, that's the guy that showed up. And the reality is, I'll say this again, because there's just been so much noise around yesterday's game and so many victory laps. And by the way, whether it's Gabriel Gobblers or Shador people, whatever it is, everybody seems to be missing the central point of this whole thing. And they're trying to pin blame. And it's like, guys, this season isn't really just about winning. It's about development, and it is about evaluation. And so the reality is, Shador was bad yesterday. Now you need to see, with a full week of practice, if he ends up being able to play, if Gabriel's still in the concussion protocol, now you need to see how much a full week of practice with ones and that taste of experience goes from here. Not every loss or not every quarterback change has to be met with this sky is falling Armageddon type approach in a season where I think the Browns knew when you and I knew that they weren't going to be very good this year.
I hope he gets that chance. I really do. I hope he gets a chance to play on Sunday and gets a chance to and not only have a redemption for himself, but have a whole week where it's him that is getting the reps and him getting the opportunities and then him getting some of the connections with guys like Jerry Jeudy and then getting a chance to go out there in a much better condition than what he was afforded for his first opportunity. I hope for his sake, because if not, and it goes back to Dillon, you do have to wonder, one, I don't know that the opportunity he's going to strike twice, but also he'll be kicking himself. That was his chance to. If he balls out in that game, Dillon Gabriel's no longer the starter anymore.
That is kind of why I thought he was so hard on himself after the game, including hanging his head on the bench. Is I think he was worried that might be my only chance.
Might have been, and it really might have been. If Dillon comes out of this concussion protocol, there's no reason why Stefanski wouldn't go back to Dillon, his pet project, and there's no reason why Shador wouldn't have to then just sit back and wait. It got highlighted yesterday, Nick. I really don't think they wanted to play him at any point this season. I really don't. Mm-hmm. And I think Shador knows that, and I think there's why, especially in certain moments, you saw him play with that pressure was there, and that pressure existed around himself. And so maybe it was just part of that idea that he knew he had a half of a game to impress in a big way to steal that job. And he just wasn't able to do it.
Well, we did have the Jason Lloyd report after the game that Kevin Stefanski had gone around to team officials and kind of prepped them for the idea that this would be a redshirt year for Shador, which probably throws more fuel in the fire of people who think it wasn't Kevin Stefanski's decision to turn him into the backup either.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, again, like, if you're the backup quarterback, you are exactly what happened yesterday. You're a hit away from being thrown in, and then exactly into the spot that we are. So, like, if that report is true, then it would make you wonder why he was even the backup to begin with.
I just think when it comes back to it, like, even the conversation about, Shador didn't get first-team reps until literally yesterday, and, like, the response to it, which is, and a lot of very intelligent former backup quarterbacks, like Brian Hoyer, like, oh, my gosh, Luke McCown, former Browns backup.
Luke McCown is very on Twitter these days.
He is.
That man's got thoughts on just about everything quarterbacks.
Because he's not a starting, he's not a backup quarterback in the NFL anymore. He's got time. He's retired.
Is that what old retired quarterbacks do now?
I think
if they don't latch on to Fox or Twitter or anywhere, or
JT
Fox or
O'Sullivan,
CBS or one of these places.
Trent Dilfer's about to make a Twitter comeback. All of them. But what's funny about it is
you
even
couldn't have pushed Jason McCourty out of the way and given a fourth person a part of that booth yesterday.
But like there's so many people weighing in on this Shador Dillon thing that have not been along for the ride.
Yeah.
And it's so funny, like when, and Luke speaking to the generality, which is, when I was a backup quarterback or when I was a young quarterback, I didn't get those first team reps. The difference in that scenario is Dillon got them. Dillon got them, whether it was 10, 15, 20% of the reps, when he was backing up Joe Flacco when the offense wasn't any good. So that all I think people are pointing out when they're pointing out, well, Shador didn't have any first-team reps yesterday or before yesterday, and Dillon did get them when he was the backup. The reason why we're pointing that out is Dillon had first-team reps going all the way back to the beginning of camp.
Well, you pointed out because it's not an equal footing situation, and I do think that is worth noting. Even if the idea is that, like, Baker Mayfield, for instance, came into his first NFL start and had 0 reps within the ones either, but like. I mean, clearly, Shador, he needs that time. He likes that time with his receivers. Look at his receivers in college and the amount of time. Travis Hunter was with him for all 4 years. They develop these type of, the timing, the sense of, especially the style that Shador likes to play, too. Even like with Isaiah Bond, for instance, on that scramble where he rolled out and he's directing Bond to go. And I'm still convinced he threw the ball where he wanted to. Bond just didn't get over there enough is essentially what happened. Like, little things like that do take time.
There's a
reason why Varvadan was the guy that he went to on the side, because he had a lot of time with Varvadan. And there's a reason why that's one of the best balls that he threw all day was that ball right in the chest of Varvadan.
And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Isaiah Bond should not be out there on the field as of yet. He's a nice young player. 216-474-0092. I guess we'll start here. Did the Browns set Shador up to fail? Very close to the sun there. Let's go with Dave in Seville. Welcome to the show, Dave in Seville.
Well, guys, this is the thing. Why don't we send Shador down to Cincinnati, see how he does, just like we did Joe? Because if he does good down there and he helps Cincinnati maybe get into the playoffs, we might get a 1 or a 2 pick.
Did you turn into a playoffs? Playoffs. By the way, Flacco stunk yesterday.
I know that, but he was doing good before, so now maybe they need a Shador to come down there to help them out.
All right, Dave, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for the suggestion. I don't think they will. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I can't remember what the darn site is, but they were talking about that. They were basically putting the O-line help, the tight end help, the wide receiver help, and the running back help.
It's PFF's it's an all-encompassing stat is what it is. It's the supporting cast rating is how they view it, right? And they rank you basically everything, and they put it all into one big measurement.
And the Browns were 32nd.
Yeah, and if you take a lot of those metrics that we're talking about, like offensive line, for instance, obviously everyone that watches these games know we have the worst offensive line in the sport, but PFF's ratings, if you actually go by the numbers, you're 32nd. Like I do this. I look at these things all day long. Like you're 30, so you're dead last. You're not even close. And so if you have a bad supporting cast, if you have a bad offensive line, like if anything, I left that game not really thinking too much differently outside of it really went way worse than I thought it would. I have to stress that. It went worse than I thought it would by a lot, but I almost felt more empathy for Dylan Gabriel out of the whole entire situation.
No, I did. The funny thing is, I continue to just look at it and go, because again, like when stuff like yesterday happens, right? The backup comes in and the backup does not play well, which again happens every weekend in the NFL. But like everybody wants to rush to blame Stefanski, blame this guy, blame Shador. It's like they've got a bad offensive line. None of their weapons are really ready or will ever be ready. He didn't get any first team reps, and that's not a slight. That's just a reality. And by the way, he's a 5th round rookie.
But it's also
guys,
one half of football too.
Well, no, that's a great point. But I think my point is, like, guys, it's okay just to be like, it didn't play well, and look at all the things that have happened. This kind of makes sense. I don't know that yesterday is a day that we have to resort to the blame game. Whether it's if you're frustrated because they lost to the Ravens when you were up 16-10 when the kid went in, or whether you just didn't like the kid and thought he played like crap, so you want to take a victory lap. Like, I don't think this is that performance.
I don't think so either. I mean, even just down to the pressure numbers. And I brought up the pressure numbers last week with Dylan. 25 total pressures in that Jets game. Like, the offensive line is not doing any quarterback that is out there any sort of favors. It just isn't.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Michael in Euclid. Welcome to the show, Michael.
If it's me, it's Hinckley.
Oh, damn it. I was hoping for Michael in Euclid, but we'll settle for Michael in Hinckley there,
I was
Michael.
in
What you
Hinckley
got
on
for
Saturday. I went golfing in Hinckley. And then went to one of your fine Panda Expresses afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the call. I have a slightly different take on this whole thing. I'd like to comment on the Browns fans. I've been a fan since 70. I've been a season ticket holder for 20 years, so I think I'm in a position to make this comment. In all those years, I've only been embarrassed twice to be a Browns fan. The first time was when I watched the fans cheering Tim Couch as he laid injured on the field after giving his heart and soul to this team because they wanted him replaced by the backup. And yesterday when they were booing Dylan Gabriel, who was under the same difficult circumstances as Shador was in terms of the support he was getting in. And if we're going to be the greatest fan base in the world, we can't be booing our own players, especially when they're doing the best they can and they can't help it. So I was a little embarrassed by the way we treated Dylan yesterday. I wish the best for both players. I have no dog in this fight, but let's support them both. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Michael, real quick, how'd you feel when they cheered Deshaun's injury?
I didn't like that either. I don't like. Okay. I don't like cheering any injury, especially your own players. You may not like them. You may not feel that they're benefiting the team, but they're out there, and it's their body that's hurting. So cheering an injury is the wrong thing to do. And booing somebody who's doing the best he can. You know, like I said, you can't call yourself a great fan base if you only cheer your team when they win. Michael, you got to be there all around.
Michael, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. I don't look at booing Dylan yesterday in the same way that I would look at cheering an injury. But
you pay your money, you get to boo.
What? And here's the other thing. I think whereas Shador for some folks represents hope, I think Dylan represents maybe the hubris of the Browns. And their thought, whether it's Stefanski, whether it's Barry, but just the idea that Dylan Gabriel would be a starting quarterback at any point in his NFL career, let alone 5 games into his career. It's funny, like, I don't think people are booing Dylan as much as they're booing what I think Dylan stands for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I get what you're saying, but I think they are booing Dylan. I think they're done with Dylan. And again, the one of the takeaways I have within yesterday's game is like, and Coach Riz was hammering this in the pregame. Coach Riz was just like, it comes down to the players. It's the environment that you're in. Like all these quarterbacks, you need something. You need some offensive line play. You need some wide receivers. You need some tight ends. Like you can't expect Tom Brady to go in there with this type of offense and have success. And it was very evident early on in watching Dylan and then watching Shador. Like maybe I had been a little too hard, even though I've never been a Dylan supporter. I don't think he's going to be anything great, but like I don't know who would succeed succeed with the setup that the Browns currently do have.
I just would like to point out that there are a lot of people. I honestly, if I'm Dylan Gabriel right now, I'm thanking God for how Shador looked in that second half.
For sure you are.
Because his QBR was 11.4
if Shador,
in the first
if
half.
Shador
Was
had lit it
Dylan
up,
Gabriel's.
If Shador had lit it up, that would have been blouses on Dylan Gabriel's career potentially. That would have been it.
Oh, no, I just meant like Browns fans went from booing Dylan Gabriel, and again, because he had an 11.4 QBR, to being like, Dylan was in that game, we would have won the game. Okay. He was really bad too, guys. Here's the thing.
There was a lot of quarterbacks. Lamar was bad yesterday too, though. I mean, like we saw some bad quarterback play all around yesterday. It was
I watched J.J. McCarthy versus Caleb Williams. Good God.
I watched Sam Darnold throw 4 interceptions and still almost have a chance to win that game. Like, it was a bad quarterbacking day. But yesterday in Cleveland, it was 30-mile-per-hour winds. You had a lot of different factors at play that clearly weren't helping out.
216-474-0092. Ken, Joe, Levon, and Ben, you guys stick there. Did the Browns set Shador up to fail? More on that in the Dylan Gabriel side of things in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan for my friends.
200s. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
I don't want to say I totally dismiss how he performed against the Ravens, but I think you really need to take that with a grain of salt. He probably got 1 or 2 reps, if any, last week in practice, and the entire game plan was designed around Dylan Gabriel's skill set, which, by the way, is the right move for Kevin Stefanski and the Browns to give Gabriel every chance to have success as a rookie. That said, if Gabriel's out and Shador Sanders does start the game, then the entire game plan and every rep should go to Shador Sanders this week, and I would expect him to perform better.
Ross Tucker on Yahoo Sports giving his take on Shador Sanders. First appearance in a Browns regular season performance. Not great, Bob. We do have some great news to pass along as Browns legend Bernie Kosar. He's got a video out there on social media. He has come out of the liver transplant surgery looking good, looking very as good as you can when you're probably about an hour out of sedation, but he's looking good. So we're so happy to see that. And obviously, also want to say, love, support, all the good things to the family of Bryce Dunlop. And the Dunlop family, that is a young man who passed away or has lost his life due to a traumatic brain injury. And he was 21, and his liver then goes to Bernie Kosar. So it's unfortunate that this is how those things work, but the family and Bryce doing a very, very wonderful thing in prolonging other people's lives.
Well, it's a good reminder to just be make sure you have on your driver's license that you're an organ donor, and you really can help people. They're like there's a reality to that. Obviously, no one expects or wants to die, but if it does happen in that way, you can actually help out a lot of people.
Well, and it's a heck of a legacy to leave behind for a 21-year-old. But again, Bernie is out of surgery and gave the thumbs up on the video, about a 10-second video. If you haven't seen it, it'll get you there. It'll make you a little emotional, but great news for Bernie there on a normal Browns Misery Monday here, breaking down the Browns' latest loss. And I don't know if this is going to be popular. I don't know. I hate when people set stuff up that way, by the way, because it sounds phony. I'm giving Shador a total and absolute pass for yesterday.
The old Peterlin pass?
100%.
Peterlin pass.
Yep. Yeah.
This would have been nice 40 minutes ago, by the way. If you led with I'm going to give it the old Peterlin pass.
You gotta let it sink
I felt like
in.
you almost made me fight for it for like 40 minutes, and then it marinated, and then it sunk in, and it's like, all right, we're going to give him the old Peterlin pass.
Oh, no, I was just
The
figuring
Peterlin pass.
when am I going to give him the Peterlin pass? Now's
The
the time.
Peterlin pass.
How'd you open the show? Where's your deity now? Or something
I
like that. What was
believe
that?
I said, "Will you renounce your God?"
As you then looked at me and then screamed angrily like this, yelling at me. It's like, oh, okay.
That was just a little fun.
I guess this is where this is going.
I didn't really want you to. I didn't really want you to renounce Shador.
Well, it'd be really dumb if I did. By the way, wouldn't it? Like
half a football.
I'm out, guys. I'm out.
Shador,
can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
What?
I will tell you. There are lesser sports talk guys who would do that. No, I mean, listen, I just think this. Listen, you and I at one point early in the season, Dylan had an abysmal game, and we were like, yeah, guys, it's going to happen. You're going to have bad games. I think it was the Steelers game. It was a point where it was like he was getting constant pressure. He wasn't making good decisions. The Steelers were able to speed him up. That's how this game works. I'll be honest with you guys, once Shador went in, I stopped having expectations to win that game. For every reason that we've said. He's a fifth-round rookie, hasn't practiced with the ones, and so anything you got from him, to me, would have been a bonus yesterday. And so this idea that that this means, 2026, guys, the idea should be you're going to get a quarterback in 2026 until one of these young quarterbacks shows something of interest that make you basically move off those plans.
Well, and so here's the sad part for someone like myself that wants to see and got excited by some of the throws late in the game and the idea that you're driving the ball down the field. Like, I get excited for these moments, but the sad part is that if, let's say on Wednesday, Kevin Stefanski comes out and says, you know what, Dylan passed concussion protocols, which I have no idea if he's going to be able to or not, obviously, but if he comes out and says he passed protocols, I've lost my ability to then turn around and say, well, no, we have to see Shador. We must see Shador. What are we doing with Dylan Gabriel? I've lost that ability within just a half of football, even if the cards were seemingly stacked up against him in that outing.
No, I still can. Dylan's still cheeks. He's still awful.
Well, I thought he was cheeks before, though, but that's the problem for me personally. Maybe I'll just rely on you then to be the person that calls for it. But for me personally, I feel like I've lost that. That's an arrow in my quiver. I've lost that.
Like, here's the thing: it is fair to say Shador wasn't good yesterday. It is safe to say he's not ready. How do you get him ready? You play him. By the way, Dylan Gabriel wasn't ready in Week 5. The problem wasn't that he wasn't ready; it's that he's never gotten ready. Like, that was, his sixth start yesterday? And he was 7 of 10, I think, 40-some, 50-some yards, something like that. And he was afraid to throw down the field. Like, I don't understand why we need to see more of Dylan, because here's the thing. As bad as Shador was, he at least showed you that willingness, and not just willingness, ability to consistently drive and deliver the ball downfield.
That's the exciting part.
That's what you need in the NFL. Mm-hmm. I don't need a guy who throws, who, by the way, a 5-yard out route is beyond him consistently. And I'm not saying that's an easy pass, because I'm a fat ass with a microphone. So I can't comment on what easy is. But the bare minimum of expectation is whether you're throwing against your body or throwing to your hand side, whatever it is, a 5-yard out should be able to be hit with regularity, and that's something Dylan hasn't done. So it's funny, like, people, the Shahaders out there have tried to take yesterday and See, now it's not so easy. And it's like, okay, but I saw more, maybe something's there with Shador Sanders in one half of a game than I did in all the rest of the time I've seen Dylan Gabriel play. And that includes countless practices this year.
Without question. I mean, again, part of what had me excited is not only has the game moved on, but that final drive, that was the very best we saw him look. And the 25-yard pass to Fannin, there's a part of me that's like, wait a second, what was Dylan Gabriel's longest throw? A 26-yard pass earlier in the game was the longest throw he's had in 6 games, and then Shador did that within like the 4th drive we've seen him out there. Like, there is something to be said about that, but I do feel like if Stefanski goes to Dylan on Wednesday, I get to be angry about it, but not the same level of angry that I once got.
No, just because Shador had a bad half of football with no prep doesn't mean that, I don't want to say no prep, but no first team reps.
I think that they know what they're doing or anything like that, but I feel like in this instance, I feel like I almost wonder if more people would be calling for Bailey Zappi or Deshaun Watson, not for next week, but in the weeks that follow. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
And put the crack pipe down is what I'll say to those people.
Okay, good.
Like, again, you're in we're developing and we're evaluating. Well, I have not seen development from Dylan Gabriel in 5.5 games. And by the way, the Browns keep saying, well, he's developing. Where on the tape would you say there's evidence of him developing?
Do you feel like if not for the concussion, this next week would have been the week that Shador would have gotten to start, or would they have wrote out the idea that Dylan is still developing?
Yes. Well, that I don't know, because I do think there's a lot of people reporting today that the Browns just didn't have any current inkling that they actually wanted to go in that direction. But I do think after this game, because you were going to lose this game, guys. Didn't matter if Dylan or Shador was this narrative, there's been this groundswell of people saying, if Dylan's healthy, he wins that game. Really? Because I have countless exercises earlier this season where Dylan's in that exact game has ended up losing.
I just don't think Dylan would have won it. I have no faith that Dylan would have been able to move the ball down the field, because I haven't had faith for him to move the ball down the field in, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks, Nick? Like, the idea that you can actually score. The offense is dead with Dylan Gabriel. That's almost irrefutable. Where I feel like the offense, at least with Shador, and then, again, even if it's just him throwing to Larvidan, man, how different would this conversation be if Larvidan had won what turned out to basically be just a 50-50 ball?
Yeah, but even then, like he got better as the game went on. Yes, he had disastrous plays. Yep, he's a rookie quarterback. And by the way, let's throw the 5th round pick thing out the window, because I've seen more talent than most fifth-round pick quarterbacks I've seen play in the NFL. Mm-hmm. That again, is he ready to play? No. That's what playing's for. That's what practicing is for. And so this idea of, well, he wasn't ready to play. Yeah. Yep, wasn't yesterday. Now your job is to get him ready to play.
Right, and I would bet after a full week and everything like that, like I told you earlier, like I'm excited to see what he can do if he gets the opportunity to, and I hope he does. I'm really excited to see what he can do because the guy we saw on Sunday, that's not the complete picture of Shador. I've watched too much. I've seen too much. I know he's so much better at that, and I did think at the very end, I thought there were glimpses of what you saw, classic Shador, but it just took a little bit longer to get there.
And by the way, the things I've seen of Dylan confirm. It's funny because everybody made this point about Shador holding on to the ball too much, turning his back to the defense, right? Maybe being a little risky with the ball. Those are all things that we've now confirmed them in one half of football with Shador Sanders. But yet I can't confirm a undersized quarterback that won't throw the ball past the first down sticks and that is scared of his own shadow. I can't confirm that. What? Because he's a third-round pick?
Okay, we're good that you didn't do this segment in the first segment. It would have gassed me up a little bit too much. It would have given me the idea that then I could just go out and be like, all right, I apologize for nothing. He was awesome. Screw all you guys, which isn't reality.
Yep.
And in this conversation, I have to keep reminding myself because you're almost twisting it to the point where I'm like, maybe he didn't look as bad as I thought. No. He didn't look good.
He was awful.
He didn't look good yesterday.
He did.
We need to keep reminding people. Yep. We're not just completely ignoring that fact and that reality. He did not look good. It was not a good performance, but there was enough there. And there was enough there in him moving the football down the field and actually throwing the ball deep that as you're watching these games, I just don't know how you can't think to yourself, I want to see more of that. And I think that's got to be the overarching theme.
All right. I owe our callers a little bit of an apology here. That's my bad. That's on me. We are going to get to you guys as I've been just blowharding this whole damn segment in first hour. 216-474-0092. But we'll throw out the question. Hard-hitting questions here because, damn it, we're an accountability-based show. I'm going to say it with my chest. I'm going to say it with conviction. Would the Browns have won if Dylan Gabriel was healthy? Myles Garrett's still good at football. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Philadelphia Eagles are winning.
Yes, you would.
You want him to go out there and not be successful because you know the Browns aren't successful. You know that they're not a well-run organization, and you knew it. And I knew it too, but the difference is I did want him to be successful. You wanted this. That's what you got. Do your victory lap.
So Ken is now telling the fans that I'm rooting for them to lose.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
His penalties decline.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Ken Carman and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for a special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet 92.3 The Fan. Enjoy lunch from Donato's as well. Admission completely free. Shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations for those in need. It's 92.3 The Fans Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
We had talked so much about, or we asked you a lot about Shador not getting any reps with the starting units. That was like really his first legitimate snaps and reps with the starting offense, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that there was any maybe kind of rust there?
Yeah, I understand the question. I would tell you we do so much work with the quarterback position and the entire team, not just those reps on a practice field. And as we all know, those are tough reps for when you have a young starter as well. But there's so much that we do to supplement that type of thing.
Kevin Stefanski answering questions yesterday about the lack of first-team reps for Shador Sanders, which, again, I'll continue to go back to, JP. It should just be pointed out that Dillon Gabriel was getting first-team reps since camp and Shador wasn't. That doesn't mean the Browns were setting Shador up for failure. It just means they were really trying to do everything they could to set Dillon up for success.
Yeah.
That, like, both of those statements, that doesn't have any causality on the other statement, right?
Sure. Yeah, agreed. My big thing right now is I can't believe I'm the sports talk radio host that's going to say this because we're always so instant reactions. So like, oh my gosh, I need to have a big pronounced thought every moment. This is a let's see it play out type thing, and that's fine.
You know what? I'm going to build on that by saying I don't get criticizing Kevin Stefanski today. I don't. Like, Kevin Stefanski wasn't the play caller yesterday, and I thought Tommy Rees did as well as he could, considering Dillon and Shador, two different quarterbacks. I understand that Kevin Stefanski put more eggs in the basket of Dillon Gabriel, and we can do the very, very reductive way of thinking, which is, well, one's a third-round quarterback and one's a fifth-round quarterback. In reality, there's about 50 picks between the two players, which really isn't that significant, but the point is, I think he put a lot more belief into the readiness of Dillon Gabriel, and I don't think Kevin Stefanski deserves criticism because Shador didn't play well. In the same way, by the way, I don't know how much we should be criticizing Kevin specifically about Dillon not playing well, because quite frankly, it's hard enough to get first-round quarterbacks right. It is. Right. Look across the NFL. How many first-round top 1, top 2, top 3, top 5, top 10 quarterbacks get head coaches fired? Because it's not easy. Now, remove 2 rounds or 4 rounds from that, and it gets even harder with every round you drop down. So, like, trying to get 2 quarterbacks NFL ready in the same offseason is hard enough, and then having to play both when they're not a first-round pick, when it's a 3rd and 5th-round pick, is also super hard.
Yeah, I mean, no question. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to come after Stefanski for yesterday or anything like that. There's nothing in game that I'd be frustrated by. If anything, I would say, some people are like, oh, well, Drake May should have been the backup, should have been ready to go. No, if the whole season is built around being a fact-finding mission, how do you label it that, or how do you present the season as a fact-finding mission and then be like, oh, we're all of a sudden going to have basically anybody else that isn't Shador out there?
Yeah. Now, well, and I think that gets back to it. Like, again, listen, it doesn't mean I think Kevin's doing an overwhelmingly great job with either quarterback. That's not the point. The point is sometimes there is the rare in-between where it's like, I don't know that he's necessarily the quarterback Svengali. He's whispering to those quarterbacks, hey, stop being bad. At the same point,
that would be funny if that was him being a quarterback whisperer, though. He actually whispers, like, stop being bad. Well, listen, I can't whisper into a microphone, apparently. That's really hard for me to do. Why is that a really hard thing for me to do? Go? Could I try again?
Yeah,
I don't think this is going to work, by the way. Stop being bad. Practice makes perfect,
come
people.
on.
Practice makes perfect.
Just like Shador. By the end of that game, he got it. By the end of this bit, you got it.
You see? You just got to give people time.
That's
is the
true.
point. You got to give people some reps, some opportunities.
I laid back, all right? We gave you protection, unlike the Browns' offensive line, and you did it.
Doesn't mean it's going to happen flawlessly the next time I go for it. Not a chance.
Nope, we're all works in progress.
That's all we are as people.
But it's funny, the need to rush to blame Kevin. And again, I don't think Kevin's a flawless head coach. I get very frustrated with what I perceive as a lack of... I just don't think he's a leader of men, for whatever that means. I also don't think he's a great communicator. That being said, I don't put Shador's play yesterday on him. And by the way, I don't put it on Shador either. I don't put it on Andrew Berry, who it might be the reason that Shador's the backup. I don't. I think yesterday, if we really want to blame anything, it's circumstance. I think the four-man quarterback du jour blew up in their face, which was predictable, but it blew up in their face in a cadre of ways. And I think by week 11, they've played 3 quarterbacks. This is how it goes when you're down to your original fourth-string quarterback.
And this is how it always goes around here, too, oddly enough. We're the only place it feels like this always happens to, but it always happens this way. But I will be able to judge him moving forward, though, and I will constantly judge Stefanski off of what he does and doesn't do. And I think it starts with whether or not what he does basically when Dylan Gabriel gets cleared of this whole entire thing.
Well, and I think this week is one of those weeks where, going forward, all right, if Dylan cannot play and Shador has to go, it's on Shador and Tommy Rees and Kevin Stefanski to get that kid up to an acceptable level of play.
Well, and it'll feel like a second chance of sorts, like a second life for Shador Sanders. And I would imagine he'd take it very seriously. But if you're Shador, I mean, you want to talk about having an opportunity and being able to run with it. If he's able to start this week, you can Wally Pip of sorts Dylan Gabriel. You can take that job right from him. You just have to be much, much better than what you were on Sunday.
I do like that today Kevin was asked about that idea, and he said it's not fair to speculate, which my brain took to mean he's
thought about it. Yeah, of course he has. Like, how could he not? If you win games with Shador, well, you're not going to go away from that.
I guarantee you, if Shador goes out against the Raiders and throws for 250 yards, 3 touchdowns, and keeps it to 1 interception, and the Browns win, and which they have not done on the road for almost 2 full years, I bet you Kevin Stefanski is going to become the biggest Shador Sanders honk. He'll be leading the Shahide.
I'd love to see it. Maybe he'll actually say his name this time. I don't know.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Mike in Westlake. Mike, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I listen to you guys every day. You guys do a great job.
Oh, I thank you. And, I don't know if you know this, Mike. We like to hear nice things.
We do.
So we appreciate that.
We're big on that.
I respectfully disagree on your take on Shador.
Oh, no.
My biggest issue is not as much Shador as Stefanski and Berry. If they would have started at the beginning of the year and said, you know what, that Shador is going to be a developmental quarterback, that we're going to kind of redshirt him this year, and that is the reason why he didn't get some reps with the number ones or even the number twos. I got that. He didn't do that. And I really feel that he showed favoritism to Gabriel because that was Stefanski's pick in the draft. He wanted Gabriel. And a lot of people scratched their heads when he picked Gabriel. So I hope at the end of the year, I hate to say this, but I hope at the end of the year they clean house because Barry's done a horrible job addressing the wide receiver position and the offensive line. And I also think Stefanski's done a horrible position. It's supposed to be the quarterback whisperer, developing these guys what they need to be. Thank you.
Mike, we appreciate you. That was a respectful disagreement. All right, 2 things.
Yeah.
They were never going to say we're going to redshirt him because they always left the door open in case Shador did one of 2 things. Surprise everybody, or it got to a point where, well, hell, let's see what we have because we're probably going to draft a quarterback next year. So I'm not going to bash him for that. The favoritism thing is fair. That's the NFL. Like, I can't bash Stefanski for favoritism. I can only point it out.
Yeah.
even if I think he favorited the wrong quarterback.
Well, I mean, unless we have to look at it from the perspective, maybe we just have this all wrong. Maybe if I go galaxy brain for a second, maybe we just have this all wrong. Maybe 2026 was actually the year they were going to start Shador, and they were going to try to make 2026 all about him, while then obviously kicking the can down the road and actually taking a quarterback. So they didn't take one in 2026 to then take one in 2027. Meanwhile, in 2026, the fan base would then be satiated because you'd be having entertaining football because Shador would finally be playing, so there'd be news, things to talk about, and it wouldn't just be a snooze fest. So if they could get through this year, then 2026 would be taken care of, and then 2027 would be the new quarterback, or Shador would just be that quarterback.
Joe in Medina, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, so I know I get it with Shador not being ready and all that stuff, and him not playing well. However, I want your opinion on this. Do you think the offensive coordinator helped this case? And I'm going to give you an example. The last series we had the ball, I'm almost positive there was not one running play, all passing. Okay, hold on. Then at one point, I believe after Judy called that pass, I think we had the ball on about the 35 or 40-yard line. 2 minutes to go, 2 timeouts left. And then even at one time, it was 3rd and 5, and we're throwing. Why not get the first down? 5 yards, get the first down, and then,
they were stacking the box, and then also on top of that, it's not like Judkins was having success with the runs that he was given as is.
Well, I thought he had some success early in the game.
When Shador was there, and by the way, he averaged like 3.5 yards per carry. It wasn't like he had a great average day, but when Shador was in the game, he didn't have anything of consequence as far as the run was concerned.
Right. Okay. 3.5. You said 3.5 yard average, right? So
yeah.
How do you like those? How do you like those odds? I'm just saying, 2 plays to make 5 yards. I like those odds. You're a professional team, or at least a play action, something, and or make a more higher percentage pass completion. Why 25 yards downfield? You need 5 yards for a first down.
So I actually think, and Joe, I appreciate you, buddy. Actually, Jerry Jeudy was open in the flat, and Shador could have made that throw. I think Shador was going for 7.
You mean in the corner, the Larvin one? I thought Njoku was open on that play too.
But
if you actually freeze it down,
guys, honestly, I'll side with the quarterback on that. He went for 7. He threw a incredibly placed ball.
Yeah.
The DB just made a good play on it.
It was. I thought it was a great ball. And I thought it was, Larvidan got 4 snaps in that entire game, and it was all on that last drive. And it was with the idea that Shador doesn't know any of the receivers that he's throwing to. Let's get him somebody that he obviously was comfortable with and worked a lot with. And so, it's no accident that he was looking and trying to find Gage.
216-474-0092. Do you blame Kevin Stefanski for Shador yesterday? I don't. Honestly, I don't think you should blame anyone. I think we should just realize this season's about evaluation and development, and we've started the evaluation process on Shador. Now it's how can you develop him? Daryl Ruiter in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do
on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin with Afternoon Drive, all live weekdays from 2 to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got quick hits coming up in 20 minutes, but we're reacting to Shador's regular season debut, the Browns' loss to the Ravens. Haven't talked a lot about that, not tush push that didn't work out for the Cleveland Browns. However, to talk the entire situation, the saga, the drama, the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, the peaks, the valleys. We welcome on a man who's seen many a peak and valley covering the Browns for over 20 years here. He's also the birthday boy, Daryl Ruiter, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Happy birthday, buddy.
Hello, Daryl. Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. I would say that I've seen many more valleys than peaks covering the Browns.
I think that's probably fair. I will ask you, all right, as you are a man a little bit older than I am, a little bit older than JP.
How old are you today, Daryl?
Oh, we weren't going to do that, were we?
Yeah, do it in like sports terms, like whatever. Who's the number of the person that you're the age of?
Well, I
That's
don't know
a tough number.
Yeah,
we don't do that. Like when I was 35, that was my Frank Thomas year. Now 36 is my Jerome Bettis year.
But he's in the 40s. Like there's only so many. Was it?
Well, what year are you?
Is it Tariq Saleh? Am I remembering the name?
Well, right now. Okay, so here we go.
How old are you?
All right, I am looking right now. Okay. Oh, here we go. One of my guys. I'm Torrey Hunter, years old.
Is that 48?
Yes.
48.
Can't just let the man have it.
Very good. I love that. What do you mean? It's a fun game. Daryl, I feel like it's a game you would have been playing for years.
No. No.
It's sad when you get up into the offensive lineman age, and
that's right around the corner.
But then also happy. Like if you make it to Joe Thomas year, that's also like, hey, you made it a little bit deeper. Then you get into like the wide receivers ages, and that's always a good time too.
And like if you get like the Mark Schlereth number, you get to have 1 year making a lot of fun jokes.
That's just Mark Schlereth.
Number 69. Come on, guys.
I knew exactly. I gave you a chuckle, Nick. I knew exactly where you were.
Any wisdom, any advice that you've accumulated through 48 years on this planet?
I would definitely say that, the coach speak that I and everyone else gets really annoyed with, where they talk about, taking a day at a time. You can only control what you can control the control, those type of things. Mm-hmm. In life, they're so true. I don't know if they're really true in sports, but I do know in life they're absolutely true, even though every time I hear one of those cliches fall out of a coach's or player's mouth, it drives me nuts, because that's not really what I'm looking for when I ask a question, but it's so true in life. Take it a day at a time, appreciate every day. Tomorrow's not promised to any of us. And control what you can control. You'll be a lot happier.
You really have covered a lot of stink-ass press conferences, being able to rattle off those in short order.
Hey, listen, Nick, I am working every day to be better after watching the film.
I don't really want to know what the film is on this one, so let's go.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Let's go to the game yesterday. What grade would you give Shador Sanders' NFL regular season debut?
I would probably give it a D. Look, there were positives. Throwing the ball down the field, that pass that got broken up in the end zone was a phenomenal throw. Had another hitter over the middle. I love the fact that he went down the field with the football, but holding on to the ball, retreating from the line of scrimmage, the happy feet in the pocket, those are habits that he is going to have to break if he's going to become a successful NFL quarterback, and I hesitate giving him a grade. I hesitate overly criticizing him just because, well, he did not had a lot of opportunities here. This is really his first live football since the preseason. But, I'll just say this. I am more intrigued and wanting to watch Shador Sanders right now than Dillon Gabriel. Like, I felt like yesterday watching that final drive, even though it was a bit of a hot mess express there in the second half, like, I felt the Browns had a legitimate chance to go down the field and tie that football game, force overtime with Shador at quarterback. That thought would have never entered my mind if Dillon Gabriel was on the field. No disrespect to him, but that's just how I feel. So I am infinitely more excited and curious to watch Shador Sanders going forward to see if there's going to be some development, some growth there, regardless of whether or not the Browns wanted this to be a redshirt year for him or not. They should have known better. They should know how quarterbacking goes here in Cleveland. But I do see some light at the end of that tunnel amid the problems that I also saw yesterday.
You took us on quite the journey there, starting off with a D grade to then move into you are infinitely more curious to find out what Shador has. And I don't think you're wrong. I find it interesting that this seems to be the takeaway with a lot of people, that no one can be impressed with what you saw yesterday with Shador, Daryl, but I think we can all be interested if he does in fact get to start this weekend in Las Vegas to see what he can do.
Well, on that final drive, one throw, they were across midfield, just in the blink of an eye, right? And then, like I said, he was a pass breakable away from tying that game. It was a perfectly thrown ball. Give the Ravens secondary credit for making a play on it, but those just aren't things you see with Dillon Gabriel. Even with the negative stuff that we saw from Shador yesterday, like the arm talent, the instincts, the enthusiasm. It felt differently watching this kid, and I just feel like I want to see. I want to see what's there. And hopefully he'll get that opportunity. It is unfortunate that Dillon Gabriel is in concussion protocol, and it took an injury for Shador to get on the field. Don't ever want to see anyone get hurt. But again, getting the opportunity to see him against a very good Ravens defense, there was hope at the end of the game. You had a shot. And I said this with the morning show today. That's really all you can ask for in sports. As a fan, you can't control the outcome of your team. You can root for them, all that. But you just want to have a chance to win. And I felt like Shador Sanders on that final drive gave you a shot to win. It just didn't work out, and that happens in sports.
Daryl, you've watched every season Myles Garrett's been in the NFL. Is this the best Myles Garrett we've seen?
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's got 10 sacks in 3 games, 15 already. A legitimate shot to break the all-time sack record. It seems like every week he's, there's just another milestone. I mean, yesterday he was, I think, the 4th player in NFL history, well, at least since sacks became a stat in 82, that has multiple games in a season with 4 or more sacks. He's the first player since 82 in the stat became a thing to have 6 straight seasons of 12 or more sacks. He's a future Hall of Famer, and we are watching greatness in real time, and it's just really unfortunate that it's all going for naught and all the waste.
Yeah, what's interesting is, entering the season, I think a lot of people thought, Myles is going to help out Mason Graham, and Myles is going to help out Alex Wright and Malik Collins, and he has with a lot of these guys. I'm not saying he hasn't, but I think there's a part of the other guys that we're talking about that has helped out Myles in an immense way. We haven't flipped that script in the thought of this all, Daryl.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. And I think to a degree too, Jonathan, I think they're helping him out a little bit too. So, and it's amazing that he's doing what he's doing, because it's not like all of a sudden teams have decided, yeah, we're just going to, 95, we can take him one-on-one. He's still getting double, triple. They're sending 4 guys at him at times, and he's still finding ways to get through. And I really respected and appreciated his answer yesterday, because the question came up, hey, 4-sack performance, is there anything else you can do to help this team try and win games? And he's like, yeah, I had some shots at Lamar and I didn't get the ball out. I got to get the ball out. I got to create turnovers. And, that is a very professional response by a player who put together a pretty spectacular afternoon of football.
Should also ask you, in the best we've seen, is Carson Schlesinger having the best rookie season we've seen from a Browns rookie since '99?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think he's going to be the defensive rookie of the year. At least he should be in my mind, Nick. And look, I have bemoaned for years the lack of impact play from the linebacking position for years and years and years. The Browns have had some good players at that position, some quality players, but they never really had difference makers until like JOK came along and he started to make those game-changing plays. And now you're seeing Carson Schlesinger as a rookie. And I have maintained that if you want to compete in the AFC North and win this division, you have to have strong linebacker play. And I realize that that's not a cornerstone of or that particular position, I should say, is not the engine of Jim Schwartz's defense. That's the defensive line. But I really, really believe linebacker play is so critical for your success in this division. And the fact that we've seen what we've seen from Carson Schlesinger, his toughness too, high ankle sprain, he's back in just a couple of weeks. That's usually, 4, maybe 6 week type of an injury. And he's back out there after the bye week making plays. He has been a lot of fun to watch. And I know some people scratched their head when Andrew Berry turned that card in. And, for as much as we can criticize Andrew for the misses he's had in the draft, that one definitely is a hit.
Yeah, I was one of the people, and I was dead-ass wrong. I will just own that. And by the way, you're right about Schwartz's defense, but the weak spot, or the spot you think they don't care about, they've developed Devin Bush, they developed JOK, obviously Schlesinger, Diabate. For the spot that they care the least, put least amount of assets to, they also deliver a lot of really nice players. Daryl?
Well, they're getting bang for their buck at that position, right? Where they're spending money and they don't seem to get the bang for their buck. And to your point, where it feels like they're investing the least, they're developing some really good players.
Well, and Daryl, like Alex Wright, for instance, was a third-round pick. I think a lot of people had just kind of said, all right, that wasn't a good pick, and now look at it. Ronnie Hickman, everyone remembers him from Ohio State, obviously, but he was undrafted. That's not like a high-profile pick in general, and Ronnie Hickman's having one of the best players on this defense for a season you can have.
Absolutely. Devin yesterday, the pick six, and as he's running after he caught the ball, first thing in my head, because I'm like, he's got to take it to the house. If the Browns are gonna get a touchdown here, he better find his way through all those Baltimore Ravens that were trying to tackle him, and he did. And it's unfortunate that like that thought creeps into my head, but I'm like, well, Dylan Gabriel's the quarterback, and that's pretty much their only hope. And Devin did a nice job, not only making a momentum-changing play with the interception, but taking the thing to the house and weaving through all those Ravens. It just was a great play on his part. And we're seeing, the defense continues to make those game-changing plays. Unfortunately, they're just not changing the outcome of these games.
Daryl, great stuff, buddy. Happy birthday. We'll talk to you later this week.
You bet. Look forward to it, guys.
Daryl Ruiter there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Good news for Browns fans, something we can enjoy in 5 minutes leadoff quick hits on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, friends.
for Cleveland and worth watching for the Bucks. Giannis Antetokounmpo is a game-time decision tonight with a knee. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. 1 hour to go. Nathan Segura going to join us. Should be noted, many people are reporting from the college football world that there is a flight sent, that LSU sent a flight to pick up members of Lane Kiffin's family today to tour Baton Rouge as he's the belle of the ball right now in the coaching market. I got to say, Whit Weeks is a sneaky bastard. He starts by dating Lane Kiffin's daughter, and all the while he's a spy. It's just like every spy movie ever. You
think that's what it was?
Somebody in the family. Now you backdoored your way in. Oh, thank you very much. And then what happens is...
What's really funny is if Lane takes this job to then cut his daughter's boyfriend.
Ooh, that would be strong.
Like you take
this is some Succession type stuff.
This is how you're really going to control everything that's surrounding the boyfriend situation.
The problem is, I think Whit Weeks is out of eligibility and can go to the NFL this year. So Whit Weeks could seduce the Kiffins to Baton Rouge.
That's tough.
And then peace out to be like a third rounder for the Miami Dolphins.
Is he going to be like a third rounder?
I think that's about the grade that I saw. He's a good football player.
I knew he was good. I didn't know he was third rounder good, especially since the only real clips I have of him outside of dating a Kiffin is him throwing up on the field.
Oh, I didn't know if it was from the what's the show that Brian Kelly did, and oh my God, it's about the SEC, and then of course halfway through the season he gets fired. Wasn't that about last year though?
They did that last year,
yeah.
And I watched I watched a little bit of that show because I'm the person that watches those type of shows. I like those type of shows.
The problem is I will watch them, and it's kind of like the HGTV
like the quarterback
shows.
one. I watched every one of the quarterback ones so far.
I watch a little bit of it, and then I get bored, and then I find myself scrolling through different reels and memes and whatnot.
Man, the last name Weeks is kind of unfortunate. If you marry into like Weeks is the last name.
Whit Weeks.
It's such a bad name.
Whit Weeks is a very cool name.
It just sounds like you're misspeaking every time you say it.
Whit Weeks is a very cool name. Isn't his brother West?
It's West Weeks.
West Weeks, Whit Weeks.
We're in a simulation. None of this stuff is real. It's like when
they're just hillbillies.
It's like when they run out of names, and then I really do believe this. Like the simulation runs out of names is what happens eventually, because then you have like old baseball players' names that pop up, and they're the ones that I don't know robbed a bank in Arkansas.
Yeah,
you're
I
like, really?
saw McGillicuddy.
Lou Gehrig robbed the bank in Arkansas. That's what happened there. It's like, how did we get this? Couldn't have another name.
Whit has two brothers, West and Zach.
Zach. That's lazy. Follow out the thread.
Oh, hey, can we find out the middle name of either one of these? Because if it's WWW, that's really funny. Like the start of a website.
Quit Wesley Weeks.
And he just signs everything with a dot at the end of it.
And then mom was HTTP. All right, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Carson Schlesinger was darn good at football yesterday. I asked Daryl Ruiter this question because I came up with a couple contenders here.
Okay.
But is Carson Schlesinger having the best rookie year of any Browns rookie since 1999?
Okay. I came up with some contenders as well. Do you want my list first, or you want your list?
Give me the contenders.
Well, I don't know. Are our lists going to conflict with each other or no?
Well, there might be some stream crossing with our list, sure.
Okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right. And so I'm not going to go as deep in the way back machine as you are. And there might be one that even is a little skeptical. At the top, it's Baker Reagan Mayfield.
Yeah. Wasn't he the second? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Wasn't he what?
Wasn't he second in the Rookie of the Year? No, he was first. Or third. Or fifth. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
He set the NFL rookie record for passing touchdowns. He also got the Browns the most wins in a season since 2007. That seems like that's good enough for me, right?
Yep, pretty
Number
good.
one, best rookie season we've had. There we go. Nick Chubb is number 2. Almost 1,000 rushing yards, 8 touchdowns, had the 92-yard touchdown run in the game against the Raiders. That was the longest rushing yards for a Browns in a game. And Nick Chubb, number 2, doesn't seem too controversial.
He also was above the 1,000-yard total line of scrimmage, by the way.
Good. Thanks for at 996 rushing yards.
But he had over 1,000 yards.
At 996, I think the assumption was there. I think the assumption was there. He got 4 yards.
I don't think you're letting people to water there. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I needed that clarification. Can you tell me exactly how many yards from scrimmage?
Probably about 1080.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Thanks for the drop in. Now, this was a little contentious, okay? Because he was not a very good player overall, but he did have a really good rookie season. Kevin Johnson.
You took it.
Really?
Yeah, I had Kevin Johnson. I thought nobody'd get it. He was second in rookie year voting in 1999.
Led the team in receiving yards and touchdowns during the inaugural season, obviously. Had 8 touchdowns that season. Like, you can make an argument the best he did in a Browns uniform was that first season. He did have a 1,000-yard season a couple years later, but like that was about as good as it got. I feel like that never gets brought up. Next.
Joe Thomas.
I actually didn't have Joe in here.
Yeah, Joe started every game, and he was a second or third in the Offensive Rookie of the Year award.
You know who also got some like Rookie of the Year love? Joe Bitonio did, but he didn't make my list.
So I didn't see that because it wasn't. I think Pro Football Reference only has.
He made the All-Rookie honors,
but they only have like if you for the Rookie of the Year, it's like only top 5.
Yeah, no, but he did. However, he did, and he was very good. But it's still that's hard to.
Yeah,
I think it's hard for a lot of fans. Myles Garrett, only because. Yes, he missed 5 games to the injury, but he still led the team in sacks in that. So I thought that was like an honorable mention for Myles Garrett. It's not one of the best we've ever seen, but the idea that he led the team in sacks while missing 5 games, still pretty incredible. And then JOK.
I would put Carson over everybody on that list, but Baker, Joe, and Kevin. I think Nick was fine as a rookie. I don't like this is more than fine. This is holy crap good.
I mean, not an argument for me. I'm loving what Schlesinger is doing.
I love it more.
I'm happy you do.
I promise I'm not overcorrecting because I was so wrong in the draft.
Sure, okay. Were you that wrong in the draft?
Yeah, I hated the pick.
I don't remember it that way. I really don't.
Off-ball linebacker with a 33rd pick of the draft? What the hell are you doing?
I do remember the day of. I oddly enough, remember I told you that I heard from people in the building that they love Schlesinger and they love Judkins. And I remember when I told you that in the meeting, like prior to doing that show, you're like, ooh, oh, I don't know about that one.
Yep.
Like I remember that reaction, but I don't remember you going on air with it being that way.
Didn't love it. Didn't love it. Gotta own it.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all you can do. Let's stay with football. Michael Penix suffered a potentially season-ending knee injury during their loss to the Panthers. He's going to be seeking a second opinion, but it's not encouraging. Out of the quarterback, basically it was carnage yesterday. Jordan Love had left at one point with an injury. It felt like we'd seen a lot of different guys leave games, then enter the game back, all sorts of different stories around that. Is Michael Penix the biggest one over the weekend that you saw that's going to have actual change across the league?
Yeah, I think so, because a couple guys are still in and they're going to keep playing poorly. But no, yeah, that was brutal. And it was brutal also because then Kirk Cousins came in and wasn't very good either.
Well, and so that's why if you're a Falcons fan, you got to be thinking to yourself, oh, geez, aren't we happy that Kirk Cousins, we didn't end up trading him after all the offseason conversations, all the trade deadline conversations, and we kept him so we still have a fighting chance. But after you lose that game yesterday to the Panthers and the way everything went down, it just kind of feels like it's lost anyway.
And not just you blew another lead.
Yeah.
It wasn't 28-7 at least this time, but I mean it was 21-7. You had to feel it in your bones. I saw a lot of Falcons and Panthers fans making that joke, and I enjoyed it. The Penix thing's a bummer because he was okay-ish this year.
I know we want to say good, but it really wasn't that. It wasn't that good.
But it's not. He's not bad. He's not bad, but he's also not great. Like he's the kind of guy, the Jordan Love second half swoon. You were hoping you'd get one of those from him.
Yeah.
Just because that franchise, it's been a while since Matt Ryan was good there. They're owed another quarterback.
And then Drake London has his injury as well. Yep. And it kind of feels like when it rains, it pours with that.
And then Michael Strahan called Bijan Robinson Brian Robinson in the highlight package on Fox. I heard that, Michael. Omaha! Man put together some good hoodies for JCPenney's about 6 or 7 years ago. He has been on the decline since then. Let's keep it with crappy quarterback play. The Bears outlasted the Vikings 19-7 in Minnesota, as the Vikings are now 4-6 in the season and 1-4 at home this season. J.J. McCarthy orchestrated a late game drive. It was a game tying drive, but overall went 16 of 32 for 150 yards, a touchdown, and 2 INTs. I have to make an official proclamation. J.J. McCarthy is booty cheeks.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know, we're pulling the nose up on this one. He is just, whew. I mean, Caleb Williams wasn't good yesterday, and he made Caleb Williams look like Joe Montana in 1985.
Yeah, that's tough. Neither quarterback looked good in that game.
JJ just misses.
It's just so early, I know, but
there's so many
look
basic
good.
throws that he just, and by the way.
So many people are like, pointing to that final drive as if that was the end-all, be-all, and it's like, you still lost the game, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's, okay, it's like, if I overly
I
weighted.
get it. You score, they scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth. They rallied. They came from behind.
Yeah, JJ didn't have a lot to do with it. And by the way, JJ had 3 good passes in the entire game. I know, because they were all in the fourth quarter on the game-tying drive. That's all there was. But here's the problem.
Yeah.
He misses every throw. Like, the old, well, can he make every throw? Yes, but J.J. McCarthy can miss every throw. I think he's just a gamer. I think he's just one of those guys who's just tough as hell. He's a very likable kid. You can see that he has physical talent. The problem is, you're just not tying it all together. Like, I know this is technically his rookie year. That's his second year in the NFL. I thought he was putrid yesterday. Like, I thought he was borderline unplayable, if not for the fact that Carson Wentz was his backup.
It's tough. I feel bad because you move off of Sam Darnold and you think that KOC can just kind of do everything, and it's just kind of proving that that's just not their reality, and that just kind of stinks for Vikings fans.
Vikings fans are turning on KOC.
But imagine the roller coaster that they've been on, where you go from 2 years ago when JJ gets injured, they thought their season was shot, dead, buried, and then Sam Darnold, of all people, comes in, you win 14 games, you go to the postseason, you then trade him off to Seattle to then let JJ actually play, and you're just back to mediocre.
Want to hear something else?
A roller coaster.
He wasn't the only quarterback in the room last year. Daniel Jones was also in the quarterback room last year because he was Sam Darnold's backup after the Giants cut him. So both guys you let go into the sweet by and by this offseason are playing, even though Sam had a 4-interception game. Both have played incredibly better than your young quarterback. I hope the kid figures it out. I know he's a Michigan kid. I hope he figures it out. But that was... I mean, there was a point where I wanted to turn it off.
Didn't he just get an extension too? These are the type of things that are. I mean, it is fireable offenses for somebody. Somebody has to weigh. If I'm a Vikings fan, I want my pound of flesh.
Yeah, you go get Kevin O'Connell. We'll take him here.
Yeah.
216-474.
You show KOC.
216-474. We'll give you Stefanski back. 216-474-0092.
Coach swap.
A
new show coming to ABC.
Kev swap. Think about it. We just go around swapping Kevins.
Okay. Now I'm trying to think of other Kevins I wanted, and there's not good Kevins that popped up.
Kevin from Home Alone?
Yeah.
Bet you he grew up to be a little psychopath.
I was thinking Kevin Arnold for some reason. I don't know why, of all people. Like, Kevin's a common name. Why is that the one that's stuck in my head?
All right, are there better Kevins?
Why is that the one?
Okay, can you name... Okay, Kevin Stefanski is in the upper quartile of Kevins.
Yeah.
We're establishing that very quickly.
All the Kevin Arnold is the one that popped in my head.
Name me better Kevins than Kevin Stefanski. Kevin O'Connell's a layup.
It could have been Kevin Hart. It could have been Kevin Costner. It could have been...
Kevin Hart is below Kevin Stefanski. Costner's above.
Whoa. What world? I mean, he's below from he's shorter than Dylan Gabriel. He's physically below.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart's beloved by like a lot of people.
Yeah. And that's a problem. Kevin James, ahead or behind.
Is he an art teacher on TikTok now? I don't know. I'm trying to keep track.
He's bald now. 216-474-0092. How many Kevins are better than Kevin Stefanski?
Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon's pretty awesome. And word association. Bacon's also pretty awesome, so he gets a bump there, too. When we come back, Myles Garrett, still very good at football. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
this moment. But the biggest fear for a lot of folks, Browns fans in this city who are like, maybe he'll give us some, the biggest fear came to fruition yesterday.
It looked like DTR getting thrown in against the Baltimore Ravens. This is not a league where we sit there and hold your hand.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I have no guilt. I have only enjoyment. Nathan Segura coming up in 40 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. I've submitted, at Nick Wilson says, a list of famous Kevins. If you would like to rank them, so we do not take up this entire segment as well, you can tag us in it, at Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin, at Afternoon 923 FAN. Kevin Love would like a word.
You missed O'Connell, the whole thing. Do you have O'Connell in here?
No.
I thought the whole thing was we were trading Kevins for Kevin.
We were trading Kevins, and I forgot one of the Kevins.
Okay, then.
Yeah, there were so many Kevins.
You want to chest
there
pound
was
that
James.
one?
You know what?
You want to hand up?
No, why don't I get credit for not putting Kevin Spacey on the list? I think I saved everybody a moral conundrum there, didn't I?
Yeah, well, not really, but yeah, kind of, I guess.
So maybe I erred on the side of Spacey, but also forgotten O'Connell. I think it evens out in the wash.
This was the right way to do this, by the way, because if you told me this, like, I don't know, like a minute and a half ago, I would have found like 7 Kevins that you'd omitted, and I would have been able to eviscerate this list in all sorts of ways. So this was the right way to do this.
But now it seems airtight.
Yes. So outside of O'Connell, yes.
What's the news we have to pass along to the people?
So ProFootballTalk.com is reporting that Shador Sanders had his house broken into while he was obviously making his NFL debut on Sunday. The details are still being gathered, but according to multiple sources from PFT, that there was a break-in, and then he literally says in there, "Stay tuned for more." It's unclear at this point whether anything was taken, so we'll just kind of go with that. But it is interesting, like all these athlete break-ins that we've seen now. Like it's so obvious. I don't know if you have this or not. Like when we go on vacation, for instance, Elise always gets really worried because we're public in that people know when we're at our jobs or not at our jobs, and obviously when we're here, it's like they don't know what's accounted for, right? And that's a scary thing for us, I feel like, in many ways, because it is. It's like you're telling people. Now, obviously, I have security systems, you have security systems, and you never know when, like, my wife or your wife will be at home, but it is something we have to think about. But with Shador, for instance, like there's the acknowledgement that not only is his family all at the game, but everyone that matters to him is at the game, and he's at the game, and so his house is usually empty.
I'm just going to say this. I don't think you should rob people. I'm going to go. I know it's an unpopular opinion. I don't think it's classy. I think it's classless. I think you invade their privacy, and I think that's wrong. Somebody had to say it.
I'm good you went on a limb there. Mahomes, Kelsey, Joe Burrow famously had that break-in.
Don't forget the bling ring.
The amount of houses from athletes that are being broken into as they're playing their games is, it's an obvious thing for some of these burglars, right? Like they're at work, they're not there. Clearly, we got an open house, we can get after it. But like it is kind of wild to think about that all these athletes now have to wonder about these type of things. Like, should you start hiring someone to be at your house while the games are going on just so something like this doesn't happen?
No.
Hey, if you have that type of valuables.
Yeah, but it's insured. You'll be fine.
It is insured, but some things are priceless.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
I'm glad you think it's fine.
No, this has been going on since the history of time. I mentioned the bling ring. It's the unfortunate byproduct of being rich and famous and having people know where your whereabouts are. Now, should the team do something like this? Well, that might be a different, the team security goes around, checks on people's houses. That might make more sense to me.
I don't know. It just kind of stinks. That's all. It's a little bit of a bummer for Shador. Have you ever had your house broken into?
Not that I know of. I've never had enough valuable things for people to. Yeah.
You think someone actually did go in there and was like, well, we're fine here?
Somebody could have taken a Lego of mine when I was 8.
Sure.
I would have had no way of knowing, but not that I know of.
No, I don't. I've never had that happen either. I've not once.
I've told you.
I had my car broken into once.
I think everybody has. Yeah.
But they didn't actually take anything because I had nothing in there.
That's
You're talking
more
about
insulting.
going in there and then
Did they
not
break
taking
the window?
anything? No. I left the doors open was the problem there. And then I came back. It was in the garage over there. And then I came back because I left my keys in the car like an idiot. And so obviously you just open it up, and they opened it up. And the only reason why I knew someone was in there is because obviously all of my stuff in the front was just like scattered around and everything as if they were looking for something. Joke's on them. Nothing was in there.
See, the joke would be if you got in my truck and then cleaned it up. That's the only way that I would know that you were in
made it a minor inconvenience for me was all it was. Is they were obviously just looking for change.
Now, the Jim Wilson way of security, my dad, about 6 feet tall, about 350 pounds right around most of his life. My dad always said that, when we lived in a place with 2 floors, his security system is if you heard somebody breaking into the house, a man slept naked, he would just run down the stairs screaming as loud as he could. Ah! And then, if the person still wanted to break into the house, they could have anything they wanted. Right? And at some point, if that doesn't scare you, if all that swinging in the breeze doesn't scare you, I think you want this more than he wanted those things. I think that was the logic. I never had a problem with that logic.
And that's why you sleep naked to this day.
Well, that's why I make sure. You come to the Wilson compound, you better be ready to see some things.
If they come to the Wilson compound, that's a targeted offense right there.
Yeah. Well, and here's the problem.
It's a targeted offense.
You have to deal with Mongo and then me.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably my daughters. They're scary. That being said, Miles Garrett's scary good. 15 sacks. He's on pace for 25 and a half sacks.
Yeah.
He has more sacks in this season. Is it 4 or 5 NFL teams have combined? I think it's really tough to say, this is the best we've ever seen of him. But if we just go by sacks, yes, not only does he have a chance to break the all-time sack record at 22 and a half sacks, but from a sack perspective, holy crap, is he damn good this year.
Yeah, and I do feel like the other parts of this line, we really thought that it would be them that are benefiting from this, and they are, but it feels like Miles is the benefactor of having all these guys have career seasons. Alex Wright, Malik Collins, all those type of players, Mason Graham being slid in there. It just feels like they've helped Miles in a way that I don't think we could have ever seen coming.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've talked a lot about how they're just not helping Miles with the offense because it's just such a negative each week. Miles has never had this kind of and he's played with good defensive tackles before. Sheldon Richardson's a name we've talked about. We've obviously talked about Larry Ogunjobi early in his career. There have been guys the last couple of years. He's played with good defensive tackles. He's never played with this kind of pressure before. And I don't think it's a coincidence. And it's funny because we joked when they drafted Mason Graham, when they signed Collins, well, how much better can Miles be? This was the one area, right? Getting 20 to 25 sacks in a season was always like one of the last things to do on the individual side of things. I have no doubt he's going to get to 20 sacks. If he's healthy for the final 7 games of the season, I have no doubt he's at least going to get there. What'll be interesting is, with 3 weeks to go, do you get there before then, where all of a sudden it seems like if you don't get to 23 sacks, will that break the all-time record?
Well, this is now going to be Miles' mission, is it not?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Miles loves the individual accomplishments. I know he loves team success, all that, whatever, but, like, he loves individual accomplishments. There's nothing more that Miles would love to go ahead and have the all-time record. And not just have the all-time record, blow it out of the water.
Little bit of college football news to pass along here as well.
Yeah.
Again, 216-474-0092. Do want to talk about Miles here. Is this the best we've seen from Miles? I think that can be tough to say. I think it's hard to refute how good he is. I think this might be the best assortment of talent that Miles has had around him, specifically up the middle. And as great as it is to have some pressure off the opposite edge, I think for an elite edge rusher like Miles, I think the best friend you can have is multiple guys who can get pressure up the middle. He was holy crap good yesterday. And the chase down he had on Lamar, to me, was his best play.
And in big moments too.
Yes.
Like that was a massive play at the time. Third down, it got everything that you'd want out of that situation. And so, like in the past, the criticism had been that Miles was getting this kind of just like meaningless sacks. He'd get these sacks in games that were already separated, or he'd get these sacks in moments that didn't really impact the game in any sort of significant way. The amount of big time sacks and like big time moments this year has been a little bit different than what we've seen the past couple years.
All right, so the news from college football: Virginia Tech finalizing an agreement to hire James Franklin as its new head football coach. So no Shane Beamer to home. It'll be James Franklin. Whew. Okay, I get it. That's a good hire for them.
Well, so he replaces his former defensive coordinator in Brent Pry. They haven't had a good coach since Beamer.
Yep.
And I think Virginia Tech had, they decided after the firing of Pry that they were just going to basically just unload financially in order to try to get one of these guys. So good for them for getting one of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, at Penn State.
I don't know that's a job I would take.
At Penn State, the job is you better win a national championship once every 5 or 6 years, especially when you're going all in. Virginia Tech, if you make the playoffs once every 4 years, I think people are going to be quite thrilled.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe that's kind of what he wants. He doesn't want that amount of pressure attached to himself, I guess. The offset language on his deal with Penn State, though, is what makes that interesting, right? Because if it's all offset and then Penn State gets left on the hook for, $49 million that then gets taken off, I don't know. I just wouldn't work if I were him. I'd write out the $49 million, but that he's just built different than I am.
One criticism of Shador Sanders that went too far. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
shows each and every weekday, including the Ken Carman Show at Anthony Lima live from 6 to 10 a.m., and Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin with Afternoon Drive live weekdays from 2 to 7 p.m. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't think I played good. I don't think I played good at all. I think it's a lot of things, we need to look at, during the week and go and just get comfortable, even throwing routes, with Jerry and throwing routes with all those guys. So I think that was my first ball to him all year. But other than that, I just think overall we just got to go next week and understand so then we have a week to prepare, stuff I like to do.
Shador Sanders, after his first taste of NFL regular season action. In case you missed it, neither of us think he played well. Also, Dillon Gabriel didn't play well either. So this leaves you to a point where it's been interesting to watch the conversation. We obviously started the show talking about Shador's performance, and it's weird to say, yeah, he didn't play very well. Also, I'd rather see him the rest of this way than, let's say, Dillon Gabriel ever again.
Yeah, I mean, that last drive alone just tells you, there's something there that Dillon can't offer up. And whether it's the ability to improvise a little bit or whether it's just the ability to throw the ball deep, that exists with Shador Sanders in a way it doesn't exist with Dillon.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. I think it was fair to say, and, this idea of, hey, Dillon Gabriel's a rookie. Hey, Dillon Gabriel deserves this benefit of the doubt and this benefit of the doubt. I think people took it way too far, because Dillon was getting all the potential opportunities in camp all the way into the regular season, where he was getting first-team reps the first 4 weeks of the season in an effort to get him ready. But I still thought it was fair to say, hey, he's a third-round pick. He's this, that, and the other. I didn't agree with it. I didn't espouse that point of view, but I understood that it was a valid point of view being made. And it's interesting that certain people aren't willing to do that now. Josh Norris of Underdog Fantasy today said Shador played so bad, it's the kind of bad that you never see a guy again. Mind you, Nathan Peterman threw 4 INTs in his NFL debut and had 5 different jobs afterwards and was a steady backup in the NFL for 4 or 5
Wasn't
years.
it 4 and just a half, too, for Nathan Peterman? There was a lot. It was a lot to that. I know. That sounds like somebody that was just box score hunting is all that was. That sounds like somebody that didn't actually watch that game. Because if you watch that game, first off, you saw the throw to Fannin, which is probably, in the past 6 weeks of football, probably one of the better throws we've seen a Browns quarterback make. And then even the throw in the end zone that Awuzie broke up, to Larvadan, that's a throw that's on the money. That's right there. That's not Shador's fault in many respects.
And, by the way, let's continue to go back to, it didn't end up in a touchdown, but the bailing out of the pocket because the defense was failing and throwing the ball to Isaiah Bond, who, by the way, you didn't have camp with.
Yeah.
Talking about, hey, we didn't get first-team reps, whatever. Isaiah Bond, you didn't even know the guy was going to be your teammate until a week before the regular season, so there was just a miscommunication between those two players. That was a really good play. It just didn't end up in a completion.
Yeah, you can see during the play as he's directing Bond to go over, move over, get there, and then he's like, I'm going to throw it. I hope you kind of do it, and then Isaiah Bond just really didn't do it.
Well, in fairness, it wasn't a great throw.
No, but even still,
the play at large was a good play.
The idea that he could even identify it and he could even sit there and be like, all right, that's he's got that thought process to want to make big plays, and that's something that Dillon doesn't have. Dillon, when he gets out of pocket, doesn't think to himself, I'm going to make a big play out of this. Dillon, when he gets out of the pocket, thinks, am I going to throw this one away, or will I check it down for 4.5 yards? I want the quarterback to have big plays on the mind, to be able to move the ball and get the ball down the field. Again, it was, I said it earlier, it went way worse than I could have ever imagined that it would go for Shador yesterday. There's no excusing it. There's no defending it. He did not play a good game, but I do think there is something there that you saw that Dillon just doesn't possess.
We do have Nathan Zagura coming up in about 15 minutes here. Now, to what you said, though, that is a fair criticism. Or people who've said he doesn't look NFL ready. Those are fair criticisms. I listened to Rex Ryan on Get Up today, former NFL head coach, who, by the way, was being interviewed for head coaching opportunities as of this last offseason, talk about the Shador thing in a way that, an alien would give you a recap of Breaking Bad if they were doom scrolling on their phones and kind of watched one episode. It was the most bizarre thing, but baked in a lot of just dumb points from a guy who clearly he deserves to get excoriated for this. If you're going to be on national television talking about a quarterback situation, if you could at least pay attention, Rex, that'd be great. I know you're a coach. You're in broadcasting now, probably where you're going to be the rest of your life. Maybe do the research. That being said, he also happened to have, on top of just lazy analysis, the dumbest criticism I've ever heard of a football player, specifically one playing as a rookie.
He's got to get over himself too. Like he's there by himself on the bench
at the end of the game.
I've seen it in the 7th game of a World Series when you lose a game or whatever. This is a pillow fight game. Nobody cares.
He cares.
Sit back.
He cared.
Yeah. Did he care? Or are you trying to make it a show, make it about yourself? You got a guy over there that, by the way, is a 2-time MVP. Right there, Lamar Jackson. He was looking for you. These are your teammates. And talk about, I'm not comfortable losing. You think anybody in that locker room is? But I want to see, is it Shador or is it the coach? Who the hell's at fault here? Because there's a disconnect.
Yeah, he played bad. He played bad because he wasn't prepared, because he hasn't gotten first-team reps, because, quite frankly, he was the 4th-string quarterback up until 8-9 weeks ago. But this idea that Shador took the loss too hard, if Shador would have walked around like the Jolly Green Giant yesterday, can you imagine what the takes would have been if he had focused on getting in as a celebration, or if he had been all smiles after the damn game?
I did wonder, and obviously I want to get to the part about Lamar, but I did wonder about, as I was listening to his press conference, I wondered if people were going to grab that part of it, the idea that Shador did seem, I think it's just his nature, but he seemed very smiley. He seemed very like almost like happy, but it was more of an appreciation for finally playing in his first NFL game. I don't know how anybody would take it any other direction. I was happy that people didn't take it in some sort of nefarious way. But on the point that Rex was trying to make about Lamar Jackson, first off, in baseball players don't line up at the end of it and all shake hands. That's not a thing they do in baseball. So to act like it's Game 7 of the World Series, just a dumb take. Not every sport treats it the same way that football does. But I didn't care that he didn't go out and meet Lamar. I almost wondered if he didn't know that was what he had to do in that moment. Like he's so thinking about and processing how he just played in his first NFL game, and he's still processing what went wrong and how wrong it did go. I just think he missed it. I don't think it was a slight at Lamar.
Yeah, and I think the idea here is, if you want to criticize, I guess my problem with it is, if you want to criticize a kid for how he played on the field, that's fair. Neither of us have said it was any good. Like, there were 3 or 4 plays that we really liked that you can see why. You can see the potential there. Now it's, can you get anything out of him? Again, another if. Not in any way a certainty. If you want to keep it to the on-the-field criticism, but to make it like that was a me moment, that he was kind of sitting on the bench, a little shell-shocked in a game he wasn't prepared to go into, that he didn't know he was going to go into, that he got his ass kicked, and his feelings felt like he lost the game for his team, even though that's not the truth. I just thought it was another case of, you're talking about Shador the phenomenon, and you're not talking about Shador the player. That's what annoyed me.
Think about everything that happened in that half-hour stretch. For weeks now, he's gone into these games, the backup quarterback, and nothing's happened. And then all of a sudden, his whole world changed in a half hour. Judgment started to creep in, and what he didn't do right in all these plays and all these situations and all these other little things. And he finally got what should be a dream moment for himself. Like, you got to play in an NFL game. That's like a pinch me moment for these guys, and it all happens so fast. So to forget to meet Lamar in the middle of the field, that's not a me moment. That's just he needed a second to process what happened.
And by the way, do I want him taking advantage of those opportunities?
Sure.
Yes. The quarterback brotherhood, I think, is something that can help you as a young quarterback.
I would bet, knowing Shador the way that we do, if he heard this criticism or any other criticism of it, I bet he tries to get a hold of Lamar to be like, hey, my bad on that.
Yeah.
Didn't even know you were trying to seek me out. I hadn't done the post-game quarterback meetup. I blanked on it in the moment.
Well, but even then, you can criticize the kid on the field. You made up something to criticize about the kid. And by the way, there were some things that Rex said that if he actually filed it with a coherent thought, I would agree with. Is there a disconnect between Shador and Kevin? That's a fair question. I don't think there is. I think Kevin just has his attention elsewhere. But again, that's a fair question. But to act like the kid sitting on the sideline or that in the press conference said, hey, I really feel like this loss is on me, that it's somehow an indictment on his character, just say you don't like the kid. Or just say you haven't heard things that are good about him from the little NFL circles, instead of pretending like it has anything to do with the way that kid composed himself, because anybody that watched his press conference should have come away even more feeling like, hey, that's just a good kid, whether he's a good quarterback or not. In the same way, by the way, that I don't think Dylan Gabriel is going to be a starting NFL quarterback ever. He shouldn't be right now. Every time I watch his press conference, I come away thinking, that's a good kid. Nathan Segura coming up in 10 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And worth watching for the Bucks, Giannis Antetokounmpo is a game-time decision tonight with a knee. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive on a Misery Monday. Browns lost. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Right now, they're scheduled to get the 3rd and 20th picks. I thought that was funny. Like, because of there's some reason that you were able to move up to the 3rd pick.
The strength of schedule?
Strength of schedule.
Yeah.
And then everybody's focus turned to, but the Jags pick. It's like, guys, simmer down. Still got 7 games to go.
Jags looked good yesterday.
Yeah, and they'll look bad again in a week. That's the Jaguars.
That's how it works.
I think that's just the Trevor Lawrence experience that you're going to see a couple good games, and then you're going to see a couple bad games, and then at the end of the season, they're going to go, all right, how do we fix Trevor Lawrence? I think that's the experience you have. At least we have had for 5 years now with Trevor Lawrence in the NFL, but Shador made his NFL debut. Myles Garrett still good at football. Same with Carson Schwessinger to talk all things Cleveland Browns after the Ravens lost, the second Ravens loss of the season. We head out to the fan hotline and welcome on Browns analyst Nathan Zagura to the show. Nathan, welcome to the show, bud.
Thank you, guys. Great to be with you.
Well, it's great to have you. I do want to start on more positive fare because we still have not gotten to enough of Myles Garrett's 4-sack performance yesterday. We asked Daryl this earlier. I'll ask you. You've watched every snap this dude's taken basically in the NFL. Is this the best version of Myles Garrett we've seen?
I'd say, yeah. I mean, you look at him right now, 15 sacks leading the NFL, 22 tackles for a loss leading the NFL. What's crazy is, he led the NFL with 22 tackles for a loss last year for the whole season, and he's done that in 10 games. So, some people might say it's not his best pass rush win rate ever, but what it is he is converting those wins into sacks at a higher level, and I think one of the hidden things in there is we are getting such a great interior pass rush from not only Malik Collins, but Mason Graham had 5 pressures in this game as well. And you're seeing Myles is starting to get not only the sacks where he just beats his guy and gets the sack, Myles in this game is starting to get some of the sacks where a quarterback's trying to escape the other pressure, and Myles is able to run him down and clean it up. And so I think we're seeing not only the best Myles Garrett, I think we're seeing the best supporting cast overall that Myles Garrett has had, and we're seeing that lead to these unbelievable numbers. He is on pace, to do historic things. I was looking, one of the questions I had during the broadcast, I didn't have the information at the ready right there, was, when's the last time somebody had 10 sacks in 3 straight games? And the answer, it's happened 3 times in NFL history. The other 2 are Hall of Famers. It happened with Derek Thomas the year he had the 7-sack game in the late 90s, and it happened in 1984 with Richard Dent. So you're talking about historic performance right now for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and it's a good point, and something that I was thinking about as well, that idea of whether it's Alex Wright, whether it's Malik Collins, whether it's McGuire, whether it's all these other guys, Mason Graham, it feels like we all thought those guys would benefit with Myles' presence, but it seems like Myles is benefiting in a great way.
It's kind of everybody's benefiting, and you look at kind of the tackles for loss numbers on the opposite side of Myles. They're on pace for over 30 if you add up Wright and McGuire over there, so that's been great. And then the guys on the interior. When you have a quarterback, pass rusher, like Myles Garrett on the edge, the natural escape for a quarterback, right, is to be able to step up into the pocket. And when you have these guys collapsing the pocket, I thought yesterday we saw a lot from Mike Hall as well, which is very encouraging. He is an incredibly talented young man that, all of a sudden it's kind of pick your poison. Now they're still going to start trying to get away from Myles, but as you saw in some of them, Lamar would roll right and then he'd try to step up and cut it back left, and guess who's right there? Myles Garrett. So I thought it was just everybody working very, very well together, and Jim Schwartz really understanding, moving Myles around. Now we're showing certain blitzes and blitz looks pre-snap that are creating one-on-one situations at time for Myles Garrett as well, and he's just capitalizing. He has simply been sensational, and to do it, after signing the big deal, not having the team result that he wants, but to still be going out there and playing at this level every week, I think speaks a lot about him and his leadership and his character. And it's just been kind of a joy to watch. It's crazy you're almost like, oh, yeah, he's got 4 sacks in this game. 4.5 sacks in a single game was the franchise record set by Myles Garrett years ago when it was Justin Fields' first start with the Chicago Bears. And now in the last 3 weeks, he's had a 5 and a 4 against MVP candidates in Drake May and Lamar Jackson.
Nathan Zagura, Browns analyst on the Fan Hotline. 2 bits of news to pass along here. The NFL suspended Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase for spitting at Steelers defensive back Jalen Ramsey. Jalen, of course, was thrown out of the game on Sunday because refs didn't see the spit. Jamar Chase claimed innocence, and then we all saw the video. The other bit of news here, this is a report from Mary Kay Cabot saying Shador is expected to start Sunday's game in Las Vegas with Dylan Gabriel in the concussion protocol. Barring something unexpected, Sanders will make his starting debut, becoming the 42nd Browns starter since 1999. I guess we'll start with not the news with Shador there, but just what you saw from Shador in his one half of play to start his regular season career.
I think we saw good and we saw bad, right? And I think we saw some of the things that we were encouraged by in the Carolina game and certainly things you'd be encouraged by from his Colorado tape. And what I mean by that is his ability to throw the football down the field, his willingness to throw the football down the field. We saw a beautiful throw to start that final drive to Harold Fannin, layered against a cover 3, gets a deep dig, layers it in over the dropping linebackers right on the money. So we saw that was good. The ball to Gage Larvidan, that was an excellent play by Chidobe Awuzie to knock that ball out, had that left arm in there, but that was an excellent throw. We saw a little bit of his escapability where he spins out, and that's the one probably he wants back is the one to Isaiah Bond because he makes a great play, and that had a chance to be a touchdown, just overshot him a little bit. So good. I thought the arm is absolutely NFL caliber, can be accurate at multiple levels of the field, and we saw some really good throws. Now, the bad was we saw him drift, and we saw him, you can't take pressure in the NFL and go backwards. That is a very difficult thing to do in the National Football League. I think we probably all agree. We've really only seen one guy do that well, and that was Patrick Mahomes. And, when he was doing that at the beginning of his career, it was considered otherworldly. So holding the ball a little too long. Average time to throw was 4.24 seconds. That's not going to necessarily work in the NFL. There were a lot of blitzes, and they blitzed him heavily. He was 0 for 6 against the blitz, 0 for 7 when under pressure. You're going to see that until you can beat it. And, the Browns tried to max protect it at times. I think we need to work some screens in there as well for Shador. But, taking 14-plus, 15-plus yard sacks, those are drive killers. So he's got to clean some of those things up. But you did see that top-level ability that you like to see. Now it's got to be more accurate. 4 of 16, that's never going to get it done. There are a lot of reasons for that 4 of 16. I think he's got to be a little bit quicker in his process because there were, on some of those blitzes, hot reads that were open, and that's just not where his eyes were. So some of that, I think, comes with more reps and seeing things and dealing with things that he either didn't have to or was not necessarily asked to do, in the college game. So I'm encouraged. And with the news that you just shared from Mary Kay, I think we want to see, Shador get a full week's worth of reps, get some of that comfort, get a game plan that's tailored to his strengths, and see what he can execute next week there in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of positive, especially on that final drive. But I do wonder, just in trying to figure out if we're thinking about it, well, all right, they had 12 pressures on 21 dropbacks from Shador, and the idea was to blitz heavy and to make sure you get after him and take advantage of the fact that you're already down a starting left tackle. Conklin was dealing with injuries, all these other things. What would be your game plan? How would you try to make Shador as comfortable as possible with the understanding that this offensive line has dealt with a lot of injuries and does at times has been susceptible to letting the quarterback get pressured?
It's a fair point that you make, and it is a real situation that the Browns are going to have to deal with. Now, we heard that Jack and Cam are day-to-day, so hopefully they'll be able to go against Vegas. But you're gonna have to expect to be blitzed. Now, this is a very big cover 3 team, the Raiders. They play that basically half the time. They're one of the top cover 3 teams in the NFL. So that's something he's been comfortable with. He loves those deep digs, right? And you can put together some route concepts. So I think what's really important in this game coming up when you're looking at it from the standard of, okay, what kind of a game plan do we put together? You're going to have some screens and draws in there to slow down pass rush and try to take advantage and try to catch the opponent in some blitzes, because it's a copycat league. He's going to be blitzed until he can prove he can beat the blitz. You're going to have some max protect shot play concepts in there, because if you can pick it up and get lucky where sometimes, two blockers can get 3 rushers, if the loopers run into each other, that's when Shador is not afraid to take advantage of things down the field. And now hopefully that also loosens things up in the box where you can get Quinshon Judkins going. I like the idea of getting Malachi Corley the football on some of those jet sweeps that he's had success, and trying to spread defenses out horizontally as well. And I think you're going to also see, if a team's going to play a lot of cover 3, and that's not the only coverage they'll play, and they're going to obviously do some things to mix things up and be as, disguise and try to make Shador hold the ball and think a little bit more as he has to go through his process. But you can create some half-field reads where you're telling Shador Sanders, hey, we're going to stress this defender here and make it binary. If this defender reacts in this way, the ball goes here. If he reacts in that way, the ball goes there. Or you have, say, 2 or 3 receivers that are working against a triangle of defensive players, and you're going to say, based on how that triangle responds to what we're doing out of this bunch, that's going to tell you where the ball goes. So try to make it quick and binary so that he can get some of those quick rhythm throws and then still have the ability to make plays down the field in some of those other throws. But I think it's critically important that, you get some of the screens, you do some things to try to take advantage of an over-aggressive defense, and also find a way to get Quinshon Judkins and this running game going to create some room and some space.
Nathan, we've seen some darn good linebacker play. JOK back in the day. I'm not sure you were here when DeQuell Jackson was here. We've had some good ones here.
Joe Schobert.
Joe the show. Real quick though, Carson Schlesinger. How the hell is this kid able to do this as a rookie? Because it is. Even when he made a mistake 2 weeks ago in the Jets game where it was the late hit. Okay, was it a late hit? Was it not? He still came up with big plays, and just every game he's making huge plays.
Yeah, he's a stud, and I talked to some people on the Ravens side of it who were blown away by him. And think about this, you think about those first 6 games, you're going against Joe Burrow, you get the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson, you're getting Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, you're getting Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers, you're getting Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, you're getting Carson Wentz, but a Kevin O'Connell offense in Minnesota, you're getting Tua, and you're getting a Mike McDaniel offense of the Miami Dolphins. That group right there, not just the quarterbacks, but the offenses, those are some of the most motion-heavy offenses. Those are some of the most window-dressing, eye-candy, multiple formation offenses in the NFL. And what is that for? That's a chess match. What are you trying to do? You're attacking the Mike linebacker on the other team, trying to get him out of position, trying to confuse him. And Carson Schlesinger is a guy who started one season in college at UCLA, and he has handled this stuff like a veteran. I think not only should he be the rookie of the year on the defensive side of the football, but he's playing at an all-pro level. Interceptions, sacks, tackles for loss, another double-digit tackle game. Let's not forget he had a high ankle sprain that's supposed to be a 4 to 6 week injury not that long ago, and he didn't even miss a game. The Browns got their bye week, and he was out there playing great immediately afterwards in these 2 games. So Carson Schlesinger, it's incredible. Jason Tarver, the Browns linebacker coach, cannot gush about him enough. And really, you can't gush about this defense enough. You can't gush about what Devin Bush is doing, looking like the guy who was the 10th overall pick in the draft back in 2019. This defense has been so good that you just hope that the offense can give them enough so that we can start winning. This is a championship defense. You guys have guys playing at elite levels at all 3 levels of this defense, and unfortunately, it's not going to be as talked about as it should be because the record's 2-8. But Carson, so you're talking about, you have really, I think, the defensive player of the year, a guy who, if the Browns were winning more, would absolutely be an MVP candidate and one of the legitimate chances to have a defensive player win the MVP. And you also have, I think, the defensive rookie of the year on that side of the ball.
Nathan, great stuff, buddy. We got a boogie, but happy Monday here, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, you got it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Browns analyst Nathan Zagura there on the Fan Hotline. We do have to react to the big news there that barring unforeseen circumstances, Shador Sanders will start for the Browns against the Raiders coming up this next weekend. We'll get into that to start the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ruiter with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The very thing that made the Kansas City Chiefs a force of nature in the NFL has come back to bite them. A team that won close game after close game. They were 12-0 last season in one-possession football games, has suddenly found it impossible to
Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jake Volnick.
Hear the point of view from the O-line. John Greco joins Ken Carman and Anthony Lima Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ruiter recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ruiter and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We have quite a manic Browns Misery Monday today, but obviously the big news that just came in, the Mary Kay Cabot report that Shador Sanders is expected to start Sunday's game in Las Vegas, barring something unexpected. He's expected to make his first NFL start with Dillon Gabriel in concussion protocol. This has been speculated quite a bit here, but are you excited? Our first true look at Shador with practice leading up to this weekend's game.
I'm excited. Now we just have to get through a whole week of people trying to tell us that what happened in Sunday's game is like the definitive mark on Shador, and now we get to maybe have him show us something different. And so like that is exciting, because if it was just that half and then he got basically put away and we couldn't see anything else and Dillon Gabriel got to then become the starter again, I think I'd be pretty devastated because that would linger for a little bit too long for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's interesting is if this week does follow through and you get to see Shador on Sunday, there's a great opportunity here to, I think, excite the fans in a few different ways. There's the obvious: if Shador plays well on Sunday, you get the win. You kind of get the road bugaboo off your back for at least a week. Mm-hmm. You also, I think, Shador playing well would have people excited. I also think this is just a great opportunity for Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees, right? These are two guys who one's under more fire than the other. If you get Shador ready to play against the Raiders and Shador has a really nice game or just plays about as well as Dillon Gabriel has and you win, to me, that's the bar. The bar is not, does he look like Tom Brady in year 16, right?
Right.
To me, the bar is, does he clear the Dillon Gabriel line of play, which has been about a 30 QBR, which has been about 57%, 58% completion percentage? Because if he completes that bar with a higher ADOT, all right, that's about as much as you can expect from a guy.
And his ADOT was about 2 yards higher than Dillon Gabriel, 2.5 yards higher than Dillon Gabriel, and even in that miserable game that he played yesterday, Nick. So the ADOT is trending.
And by the way, if a week from now we're talking about Shador and Shador looks as bad as he did last week, well, it's probably the last time you're going to see Shador for a little bit, and that's okay.
Yeah, but I want to see it. And yeah. I want to see him actually given a chance in a game plan that wasn't designed for Dillon Gabriel, and in a situation where you're not already down your starting left tackle while your right tackle is battling and playing through injury. I want to see that. And I don't know. It's going to be really tough because you're still going to have the 32nd ranked offensive line, and you're going to have a situation where now, I mean, it's not like the Raiders aren't. It's not like they didn't watch tape and just see what the Ravens just did. They're going to be blitzing. They're going to be trying to get as much pressure as they possibly can on Shador. So I think it'll be a good test for him to see what he can do.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where over the course of I actually wouldn't mind if the Browns took a real shot down the field with Shador early in it, had a couple planned shots, because if you can just prove that you can hit that credible threat thing, I think it would have huge, and I mean huge implications for the running game.
Yeah, you got to respect it and keep it honest.
Well, I mean, we talked about complementary football. One of the reasons you can't play complementary football with Dillon is he just doesn't throw the ball far enough, and he's just not comfortable with it.
Yeah.
You get, I mean, honestly, after what you saw with the big Harold Fannin Jr. play, and the play he almost made over the top to Isaiah Bond, and the throw he made to Gage Larvadain, you're like two big plays in that first quarter away from being able to open up more opportunities for Quinshawn, and then there is kind of that yin and yang, that cause and effect that happens when you can run the ball well and throw the ball deep.
Can we all just both admit that this is just also going to be a lot more fun, too?
Yeah.
I'm more excited for the game now. I'm more excited to talk about the game this upcoming week and to find the ins and the outs of it all. And I like this has me juiced up. Doing the pregame shows, I told you in the Jets game, and it felt this way a little bit yesterday. We were at Game On in North Olmsted having a good time. We had fun in those pregame shows, but it had the energy of a dead guy in those pregame shows. It didn't feel like too many people were getting excited for these games. This week is going to be wall to wall. All sorts of excitement trying to see what Shador can come up with.
It also should be stated, this is smart of the Browns to get this out early. It just is. You don't leave the fans worrying, because I think they've seen how the Shador situation can bubble up and it creates maybe external pressure on the franchise by sharing this information with Mary Kay. And you leave the door open, right? Unforeseen circumstances, right? But I think this makes a lot of sense to get out now, as opposed to the Kevin Stefanski mode of I'm going to play it down to the wire.
Browns analyst Nathan Zagura joined us last segment. He broke down Shador's play in his NFL debut and the loss to the Ravens.
We saw good and we saw bad, right? And I think we saw some of the things that we were encouraged by in the Carolina game, and certainly things you'd be encouraged by from his Colorado tape. And what I mean by that is his ability to throw the football down the field, his willingness to throw the football down the field. We saw a little bit of his escapability where he spins out, and that's the one probably he wants back, is the one to Isaiah Bond, because he makes a great play, and that had a chance to be a touchdown, just overshot him a little bit. So good. I saw the arm is absolutely NFL caliber, can be accurate at multiple levels of the field, and we saw some really good throws. Now, the bad was we saw him drift, and we saw him, you can't take pressure in the NFL and go backwards. That is a very difficult thing to do in the National Football League. And I think we probably all agree we've really only seen one guy do that well, and that was Patrick Mahomes. And, when he was doing that at the beginning of his career, it was considered otherworldly.
Yeah. The Mahomes bring up at the end is interesting, because I do feel like there are a lot of quarterbacks that we have this discussion with, and they do in many ways get that old Peterlin pass for drifting backwards. I saw Jalen Hurts in a play last night drift back and get sacked for 12 yards, but it's like, all right, I get why Jalen Hurts can do that. I get why Patrick Mahomes can do that. I will say, Joe Burrow does it in a preseason game, and it doesn't raise a red flag for anybody, but you still got to get it cleaned up. Caleb Williams, for instance, I thought did a great job of basically eliminating that all offseason. The chatter in Chicago was he's doing exactly what we described with Shador in those moments. He's got to clean it up. Well, look at what happened with Caleb Williams. Not only has he not been sacked 68 times like he was last year, he's having a fantastic season. And what did they do? They replaced guard, center, guard, got brand new players in there in the three important spots on the offensive line, and it looks a little bit different. So I do think it's something interesting to worry about or interesting to think about, but I do think some of it can be fixed.
Yeah, I think the question is how quickly can you fix it, because
that is the question.
Those are the kind of things, again, like he's a developmental player, as is Dylan. The difference is Shador's got stuff that can be cleaned up in real time, and those are things to watch for. Myles Garrett was asked post-game about his message to Shador and how the team didn't let him shoulder the blame for the loss.
Just tell him to keep his head up. I know there was one drive in which he kind of walked off, and I saw him putting his head down. I know he was kind of thinking about he wants to make the play. He wants to have that game-changing drive because, he feels like he has that ability, and, we've seen it. So don't be discouraged from, one drive or two drives. It's a good football team over there. So just, trying to keep him to, keep his confidence high and keep on chasing that standard which he set, and we're going to continue to support him. He spoke after the game, and he wanted to pin it on, himself and his performance, but we're not going to allow him to do that. It's a team game, so we're all in this together.
I liked the accountability that Shador showed, and I like that he did it in a way where because the way Myles brings it up too, he brings that up with purpose. I would think. I did not hear. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not in those I don't know. But I haven't heard Dylan go to the podium or anyone go to the podium and be like, yeah, Dylan addressed the team and said that was my bad, that one's on me. And I'm not doing this to drag Dylan in any sort of way. It's more the idea that I think Shador operates differently than most people, even at the highest of level. I think he just operates, his mentality is different. He's first one to be like, my bad. And I think it's an important trait to have when you're a starting quarterback.
I think it's been interesting that since the Patriots lost, we have not seen Myles have that same kind of explosive frustration, despite the fact that the last 2 weeks have been very frustrating losses. I don't know whether the team talked to him. I don't know if Myles maybe did some reflection after those.
I thought last week he was like towing the company line. With this, it just kind of felt like he was excited and energized because because he got to watch Shador play, and it feels like maybe there's explosive plays in the horizon, and maybe the offense isn't just dead. And maybe that's just me reading too much into it from the Shador side of things, but it felt like he was excited almost, and it was a loss still, but it felt like there was excitement there.
I took it as he was playing company line, which is good. That's what they need.
Might be. I don't know. Because if I were him, I would be thinking to myself, I watched you at least go to the end zone. I watched you at least try to make big-time plays. It didn't seem like the offense was dead on arrival, where with Dylan, it definitely did feel like. I mean, Dylan in that same spot yesterday, no one's thinking he's driving down the field to even give him a chance at the end.
I would really love to know what that bye-week conversation was heading into the trade deadline between Bernie and the Browns. Miles and the Browns. You know that Miles has talked that they talk often. I think it's really interesting to see Miles where he was at the end of that New England game and where he is, now 2 weeks post the bye after a couple of bad losses.
He might be 4 first-round picks now.
Hey, he gets 25 sacks.
They're like, you just keep raising up that value. Yeah. You just keep getting after it. Bernie Kosar provided an update today following his liver transplant that he's feeling good. He's grateful for the support of the fans as well. What was your reaction to this incredible news today from a true Browns legend?
Well, I mean, I think it's a lot of things. I think seeing Bernie just out of surgery in that 10-second video is hard not to get choked up. I think learning about Bryce Dunlap and his family, who was the 21-year-old who passed away from a brain injury. I actually, in the break, I watched his journey where they take you from the ICU to obviously where they're going to do the organ donation. Like, it's a lot of emotions. My family actually has been touched in the best of ways from organ donation. My grandmother was one of the first female recipients of a kidney back, I want to say, in the late 70s, early 80s. My Uncle Richard had a kidney donated. My dad was on the kidney transplant list. Not only am I an organ donor, but when you see somebody who has to make that decision with their own child, or that child has already made their decision, it is heartbreaking that anybody should have to lose their kiddo, especially at 21. That's such an incredible point where you really start to become an adult, and that's such an awesome time of life. But to then have that gift of life, I think, is really, truly incredibly special.
Yeah, perfectly said. It's the type of thing where, and I know Bernie's not really even out of the woods either, so we got to keep the prayer strong, and we got to make sure that the vibes are good to Bernie, because the next 48 hours or so are really critical in this moment, and so obviously we're just rooting for him.
Absolutely. So again, big thanks to Bryce Dunlap, his family. The best of luck to Bernie over the next couple bit. By the way, I didn't realize.
Yeah?
Some of the transplant, because I was doing this research because somebody asked me about this earlier, that some transplants can take like 12 hours. How do they not have like surgeon tag teams where you gotta tag somebody? 12 hours of operating on a person continuously?
It's not a tag team situation? I just assumed there always was.
You've got a bunch of people there, but I'm thinking like...
what are you talking about?
It's like first, second, and third shift. That's what I was thinking of. All right, I did my 4 hours. It's your turn, Dwayne.
That's kind of how it is it not? It's not.
But if they're all in there together. They don't have I've done my 4-hour bit, now you do your 4.
It's not like changing out hockey lines where it's like one jumps over and then gets
it's
in.
12 hours.
Well, think about it.
I can't do anything for 4 hours. I mean, do something for 5 hours.
You were in the room when Vanessa, when your kids were born, right? And there's 12 people in that room. It's so many people are involved in any of these surgeries, any of these major surgeries, as there should be. I want as many people as possible around.
I thought you were going to say you were in the room when your children were conceived. You don't want to tag out. And I was like, hey,
what?
Easy.
Why would
landed the plane.
Why would my brain go there?
The internet.
Your brain went there. Is that why?
I thought that's where you're leading me to.
No.
All right, guys. 216-474-0092. How much better can Shador look with 1 week of practice? We talk about that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've spent the day talking about Shador Sanders' NFL debut. Now we get to talk about Shador Sanders' first NFL start, where Mary Kay Cabot reporting earlier this hour that Shador is expected to start Sunday's game against the Raiders in Vegas, barring something unexpected. He's expected to make his first NFL start with Dillon Gabriel in the concussion protocol. She's also reporting the Browns won't open the practice window on Deshaun Watson this week. Now, that is where the kernel of fear creeps into my mind of if Shador looks bad and maybe the Browns get to a point of desperation and they're like, you know what, let's open up that 21-day window because we need another salient quarterback option out there.
And they might. If it was me, I would ride it out with Shador for a little bit longer and then see if he can get better and better. But if it looks more like what the first couple of drives looked like on Sunday, and that's just the entire game, they'll be left without a choice.
Yeah.
And that's the sad part. And so, this is why this is so important for Shador. And I know Shador, I thought in the postgame, I thought there was an acknowledgement that he almost had of, this was my one big opportunity, and it went rough. It didn't go well, and so that stinks, because if Dillon can come back and play, then I might have let my one chance just kind of slip through my fingers. This is your chance, Shador. This is it right here. And for years, the people that have been around Shador and with Shador have all said he doesn't make excuses. He's not going to be the type of person to say, the offensive line stinks, I didn't get this, didn't get that. Well, all right, this is going to be on you. Really, the situation has put you behind the 8 ball. Now you got to show us what you can do.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I made the point that I like the Browns putting this out there. Obviously, Mary Kay's reporting it, but she's going to get it from the team. I like the fact that this is out there early. And one, so the question won't be everywhere. Social media here, who's going to start on Sunday? And as much as I think that's going to help the team, I think that helps Shador. I think knowing today, hey, mentally, plan to start, I think is an easy way. And it's funny, I think this is a great opportunity for Kevin Stefanski, Tommy Rees, and Shador himself to show, hey, this is why first-team reps are important. And by the way, I don't expect him to be night and day. I don't expect him to suddenly be Joe Montana circa, I said 85 earlier, 86.
Okay.
But do I expect him to be a little bit less deer in the headlights and maybe be able to bring down the amount of negative plays and while keeping the positive big plays the same? Yeah, I think that's fair.
And I think that's a reasonable expectation. I think we do have to have expectations on these guys. I'm excited that won't be, the half won't be the only thing that we get and the only little bit of Shador that we get to see, because that would be, I think that'd just be miserable all the way around. From a personal standpoint, wouldn't love that. Love for him to get another chance. But also just from just a watching standpoint, you saw the offense that last drive, you at least had a chance. He was throwing the ball deep. It looked a little bit better.
Well, and listen, I know that I personally am not all that concerned about Dillon Gabriel, a quarterback I think is a backup going forward. I also think it's an opportunity for Dillon, who did not play well on Sunday. Again, his QBR was 11.4. His QBR in the season is 30. 30 out of that, which makes him 32 out of 33 quarterbacks. I think
J.J. McCarthy's behind him. Let's all laugh.
Oh, no, it's actually Cam Ward.
Oh, no, J.J. McCarthy's behind him in EPA.
Okay. God, he's
Let's all laugh. Let's all laugh at J.J. McCarthy.
Right, ready?
We are laughing at you, JJ.
What a Michigan man. Now, that being said, I do I think this is also an opportunity for Dillon to be away. I know he's working on the health stuff. And concussions are so serious. It certainly can plague you over the next week. I also think it's an opportunity to just take some of that pressure off you, right? If Shador doesn't play well enough against the Raiders, or plays okay, but then you lose and you go back to Dillon Gabriel, guys, I think getting a 1.5 game reprieve for Dylan, you could tell he was forcing it. You could tell he wasn't, or you could tell he was putting a lot of pressure on himself. I don't know if he was forcing it because he was forcing 5-yard outs, but maybe that could be a little, that could be a breather for him as well.
I know, but the more and more quarterbacks we throw in the mix, and the more the quarterbacks that do go out there, just none of them have had a spectacular game at this point. Joe Flacco hasn't, Dylan hasn't, Shador hasn't. Like, if that continues to be the theme of all this, I think more of the conversations are going to move to the idea, who could win with this offense the way that it is constructed, with the poor offensive line, with the wide receivers where Jerry Jeudy's the highlight and he drops so many passes. Like, I think that conversation is going to shift, and it'll shift in an interesting way if it continues to go down this route.
Well, but I think that's why getting Shador these reps and giving him an opportunity here, and again, it's not because necessarily he's earned it, or at least the right to start, but that's what Sunday's game is. It is and again, I think everyone, it's so funny how everyone kind of came away being like, well, that was a bad game on Sunday, but those down the field throws, I'd like to see more of those, because to me, like, the Browns, the catch-22 of the Browns has been, it's tough to basically take the pressure off the offensive line if your quarterback's not comfortable delivering the ball down the field. It's tough to take the pressure off the quarterback if you can't take the pressure off the offensive line. Oh, by the way, another easy way to take the pressure off the quarterback is to run the ball well. Well, Quinshon Judkins can really only run between the tackles because you try and bounce outside. It's an automatic holding penalty. Like, there's so many things here. Oh, by the way, when Dylan Gabriel does deliver a ball, he's throwing it with his whole ass because he doesn't have a great arm, and it generally pops out of the receiver's hands. Like, the idea of Shador throwing the ball deep and completing enough deep passes to make the defense go, oh, we can't just tee off on this kid, or we have to, we can't just load up the box with 8 guys and we're just going to shut down Quinshon and let, Shador beat us or let the quarterback beat us.
But you see the butterfly effect of all this.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the point. Like, you cannot change everything around the quarterback, but you can change the quarterback. And we'll see how much that change and 1 week's practice truly does matter on Sunday.
I know, but it is. It's one domino falling after another, and then it's like it becomes really, really hard to then this is part of the problem with this whole season in general. When we looked at the offense, was like, how are we going to get a true evaluation with some of these guys? That's why when they were talking about trading off David Njoku, and they were talking about getting rid of some of the pieces, even like Wyatt Teller, some of these guys on the line, Batonio, some of these guys, it was like, you can't make this team worse if you want an actual evaluation. And the sad part with Shador, at least on Sunday, and again, it looked better in the later parts of the game, but you have 12 pressures out of 21 dropbacks. And again, 25 pressures with Dylan the week prior. We're getting to a spot where it's even becoming hard to have a true evaluation of these guys. And I don't want that to be the reality. I'm going to try my best not to use that as a reason, but the more and more quarterbacks we got in here and the less we see of anything competent, what else am I supposed to do?
Well, but that in and of itself, that's the answer, right? Like, I know we can say, well, Joe Flacco went to Cincinnati and what have you, but if Dylan Gabriel or Shador Sanders, if they can't overcome what's around them, well, then they're probably not a franchise caliber or upper echelon starting quarterback in the first place.
Well, yeah, no, but I think you could put a lot of really good and even starter caliber or even middle of the pack starter caliber NFL quarterbacks with this roster, with the 32nd best offensive line in the NFL and basically no pass catchers of value. I think a lot of guys would struggle in this, and like, I don't want to use that as an excuse for them. I'm really going to try not to, and there's no excuse for what happened Sunday with Shador. He flat out stunk. But like, I think that's where a lot of people are going to end up going with this.
216-474-0092. If you're just joining us, Mary Kay Cabot saying Shador Sanders is in line to start on Sunday, barring something unexpected, which is something else we can kind of put into. How much do you think, or maybe where are your expectations for Shador's first start with a full week of practice? I think it's really impossible to say. Again, I'm going to set my bar at whatever Dylan Gabriel was doing over these last 6 starts, right? If you meet that and exceed that, I think that's where we should be, I would say, pleased with. If he does anything better than that, we should get excited.
Are we just we're going to have to turn into the eye test guys, aren't we?
I think we just did.
I think we're going to have to turn to the eye test, guys. It's going to have to be an eye test game. Do you feel like you have a chance to score with Shador? Do you feel like the offense isn't just stuck in the mud with Shador? And if he keeps passing those type of tests, then I think that's a good evaluation. We need to keep that. Like we're going to be old school football guys with this one, Nick. What's your gut tell you when you watch Shador Sanders play football?
Well, as the LeBron James, actually the Michael Jordan of local sports talk, many people have said it.
Yes,
by many people, they're all related to me.
Many people.
Many people. I'll say this. I do think, I'm really intrigued to see how that downfield passing, what that does. And by the way, I don't expect this kid to go out there and not turn the ball over. This is where, when Dylan Gabriel, the one thing he hasn't done to this point is he's thrown a lot of turnover-worthy passes, but hasn't actually turned the ball over very often. With Shador, I'm going to live with it. There's going to be a fumble or two I don't like. There's going to be a pass or two where the defense fools him. The difference with Shador is if you can make up for that with big plays, we're working on a formula here, right? Mm-hmm. With Dylan, he might have only turned the ball over 2 or 3 times, but the problem was the big plays that you would expect a quarterback to make, you didn't get the 2-to-1, right? You didn't get 6 big plays.
Yeah, he resigned himself
for 3 bad plays.
He resigned himself to, I'm going to only throw the ball 5 yards.
With Shador, give me 2 big plays for every bad play, and then be good in the intermediate
think about how lame our offense has been, where I can look at that 25-yard play with Harold Fannin, and I legitimately thought to myself, whoa, what a throw that is. Listen, it's a nice throw. 25-yard throws in the NFL happen all the time, though, Nick. You know what I mean? We're salivating at the mouth over that throw as if that was a 70-yard bomb to a receiver right down the field. And it was that really wasn't that. It just we're so starved of seeing anyone actually threaten to throw the ball anything beyond 10 yards that we got all excited about it.
216-474-0092. Where are you guys with the news that Shador will be starting, barring unforeseen events? Does it sound like preparing for Armageddon?
Yeah.
Doug in Chardon, welcome to the show. What you got for us, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not a whole lot.
Not much.
Yeah, I was kind of just thinking about what y'all had said and everything, and I think it's a little harsh to say that he stunk. It's not entirely untrue, statistically speaking, but from my standpoint, I work construction. If my boss or my coach sends me and my foreman out, and my foreman has to leave due to injury, whatever, but he takes the tools and the blueprints to be successful and finish a house, I'm not going to finish that house. I'm not going to be successful. So I'm hoping with this week practice and he's given the tools and given a blueprint to be successful that we see actually something better than Gabriel. I heard you say Gabriel doing just as good as Gabriel is fine with you. I want to see better. I think we deserve it. I've only been a Browns fan for so long. I've grew up listening to you guys with my dad and stuff, and it's one of them things where I know you guys have experienced bad Browns play more than I have, but still, I think we're due,
It would be the most Browns thing in the world, and thank you for the call there, buddy. It'd be the most Browns thing in the world to stumble into a good starting quarterback in the 5th round after all the other ways that this thing has gone poorly.
I'll stumble into it.
Yeah, and by the way,
we can get drunk and stumble into it. Mm-hmm. We can do it sober, whatever way you want. Let's get stumbling.
I definitely have stumbled a few times.
And bumbling and rumbling.
I will say, I would love to see him better than Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, thank you for that.
My point is, that is the initial bar he's got to clear, right?
I'm an eye test guy moving forward with Shador. I'm an eye test guy. I've said I'm an eye test guy. I'm gut feeling guy. I like this development.
I'm worried about this.
Eye test guy, gut feeling type guy.
Take liberties with the eye test.
No more box score jockeying for this sports radio host.
No more box score Johnny for you.
That's right.
No, so Johnny. 216-474-0092. Mary Kay reporting Shador is in line to start this next week. How much better can Shador get with 1 week of practice? More from you guys. We got phone lines full on this one. Want to hear?
Has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 92.
products, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you, talking about the latest report on Shador Sanders. I do want to know what, barring something unexpected, I want to know what that might be. Is it just as simple as Dylan Gabriel coming out of concussion protocol?
That's all it is. It's like Dylan all of a sudden realizing he might get Wally pipped, and he's like, no, I have to get out. It's the Brock Purdy, Mac Jones thing. He's like, I can't just let this job just go away. So all of a sudden, I don't know, he magically has, I don't know, it's hard. Wes all sorts of brain issues? Like, what's he gonna? He's got less of a headache. I don't know how that works for him. But
no, I mean, you can clear the concussion protocol. It's just very rare that if you have to miss the rest of a game, that then you don't miss the next game as well.
That's very rare. Yeah, I remember like when Joe Mauer got concussed. It was like, obviously Joe Mauer was playing a million years ago, but he got concussed and missed 9 months. Like sometimes these guys get concussed and they're just out for a very long time. Other times it seems like they're like Schlesinger was, for instance, where Schlesinger had that ankle sprain. Everyone's telling us it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks, and then he's back after the bye week. Didn't miss any games at all. So like maybe it's just the Schlesinger effect, where it's like these guys just they're young, they heal at different rates, and so maybe there could be something that just pops up where Dylan Gabriel all of a sudden wakes up on Wednesday and everything's fine.
Yeah, we don't talk enough about the fact that Carson Schlesinger was supposed to miss ample amount of time with an ankle injury, and not only has he not missed any time, but he's been really, really good the last 2 weeks.
He's been amazing, and it's astounding to me because we left that Patriots game being like, I guess he's going to go on the IR, and geez, you kind of hope that maybe like 6 weeks he'll be fine. He missed the bye week and then was back playing and then was awesome right away.
I also remember in 2009 when the Browns traded down like 3 times and they got to the 21 pick. Now they ended up using it on Alex Mack, who was really, really good for them. But Clay Matthews, that was a year where he was like thought to be a top 10 pick, and he fell to like the mid-20s to Green Bay. Mm-hmm. And I remember the whole time I was like, come on. We had Clay Matthews. Give us Clay Matthews, the junior. Come on now. And then obviously they took Alex Mack. They ended up being fine. I know they played different positions because Clay in Green Bay was a edge rusher. Carson Schlesinger reminds me a bit of just like the missing... if you put him next to Casey Matthews and Clay Matthews Jr., you can't tell me he's not like the missing Matthews brother, which I love that. I never got Clay Matthews here. Yeah. I never got the second iteration of Clay Matthews, so now it's like, oh, and this one actually plays the Clay Matthews I grew up watching, his position. The universe corrects itself eventually.
I like this for Carson, especially since, remember a few weeks ago when we had Coach Riz on, and Coach Riz was telling us how he was overshooting some of his assignments, and it felt like he was playing with almost too much speed out there, and as a rookie, he's just got to get used to that, and he was over-pursuing a lot of his plays, and it seems like obviously that's not much of an issue right now. Like, it's good people are talking about this way about Carson.
Can I tell you one more unexpected thing that could happen here?
What's that?
It's got to be on the table after yesterday.
Okay.
It has to be. All right?
I can take it off the table. You want to put it on that table, I might kick that thing right off the table.
I don't think you can, because I think it's the Browns. If Shador doesn't look good in practice, there's a chance they just roll Bailey Zappi out there on Sunday.
I want to kick that off the table.
I know you do. I don't
like that presentation to the table.
I just think, like, barring something unexpected, the only other thing other than Dylan
it just does nothing. It does nothing, and I know you know that, but it does nothing. If this is a whole fact-finding mission, don't you just want to see if he can move the ball down the field, if he can throw the ball deep, all 100%. These type of things? Like I think this is where I'll give the Browns credit. They have taken a lot of heat over the past few days about the idea that you didn't practice him with the ones, and Bailey Zappi should have been the backup quarterback, because if this was truly just a redshirt year, then what is he even doing being the backup quarterback? I'll give them the credit with the idea that they're trying to find out as much as they can about these guys. And so if this means now Shador is in, great. You get to find out a little bit more about these guys.
Also, a lot of people claim today, I'm not going to make a bold statement off of a half of football, and then said things like, he wasn't prepared to be the backup. And it's like, he just had a bad half of football. I think
just call it what it was. It was just a bad half of football.
I think the idea that we're going to judge his aptitude as a backup solely off that and make the sweeping proclamation of, well, he just wasn't ready, or he just had a bad half of football.
By the way, in a game that obviously didn't match up well with him at all. I mean, the Ravens are one of the few teams in the NFL where you're like, yeah, they can pressure all day. They can blitz all day. In recent weeks, it seems like their defense had been much better than what they'd been in the first, 6-7 weeks of the season. Like, it was a bad time to have that situation. That's why I told you on Friday that I was scared of the idea of him popping in at least at the half or just making really his first NFL start in that moment.
Now, at the same time, you got to look good in practice. Because if this is the team, we're big on protecting young players.
Sure.
I can absolutely see them pulling that. 216-474-0092. Let's go with Fred in Maple Heights. Fred, welcome to the show.
Man, that Clay Matthews thing, man. Schlesinger, he's gonna be a beast, man. I'm really liking him. If we could get a little bit more out of Mason Graham. I know we don't talk a lot of defense. I'm a defense first guy, but if we could just get a little bit more out of Mason Graham, I think he did good, man. With the pushing Lamar back into the pocket to allow Myles Garrett to get those sacks. But we need a little bit more havoc coming from him.
I mean, Mason Graham's got 17 hurries on the season. That's second best on the team. Myles Garrett, for proper context, is 22 total. Like, Mason Graham is getting there, buddy.
He's getting there. That's good. I'm not a big stat chaser, man, so that's good to know right there. I'm just going off the eye test what I see. And
we are eye test guys here, so you're right about that.
We're just a couple of football guys, footballing and up.
Eye test. What does your gut tell you, Fred?
All right, my gut tell me right here, man, that we need to get Shador more reps with the first team.
That's good
defense. I hope he's going to get it now. He should have had it. I heard people going back and forth about this earlier. But if he wasn't getting them, I think that's a disservice to the Browns because you drafted him for a reason. You knew what came with him. And I think if you put him against our defense, which is, a pretty elite defense, I would say still, I think it just gives him more of something to expect, man. But at the end of the day, what can any quarterback do if we're going to allow a lot of those blitzes to come through the line like they do, man? I'm just sorry, man. We had one of the best offensive lines at one point, but they were good for the zone running, if I'm right? We haven't really had an offensive line that was really good with keeping quarterbacks in the pocket, and that's what they want, or that's what Shador is supposed to be. And I just think it's not really fair to judge Dylan or Shador based off of some of the gameplay that we've been getting from the offensive line. That's all I want to say.
Fred, we appreciate you. There's some good gut stuff in there.
Yeah, somebody took their probiotics.
So, all right, on one hand, when it comes to the offensive line, the offensive line played very poor yesterday. It should also be noted that some of the coverage stuff, that's kind of the quarterback terrain as well. Like, there were a lot of people who called out the fact that there were 3 offensive linemen on the right side of the field, and I can't remember, basically.
Yeah, he was like, this isn't helping your case the way you think that it is.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of on Shador to kind of take care of that. At the same point, yeah, I do just want to see and listen, I understand that this next week might end up being really abysmal. I cannot guarantee you that Shador is going to play well and this is all going to be great and we're going to feel groovy next Monday and it's going to be, hey, maybe we don't need to force a quarterback. I can't say any of that stuff. What I can tell you is seeing 4 passes that look like this kid can make a Shadot anytime he wants to. That's a hell of a lot more enticing than watching the lowest A-dot in football in Dylan Gabriel.
For sure. By the way, PFF's pass grade on the Browns is a 36. The second worst team is a 49.5. Like, there's a gap between even 32 and 31 from a pass protection standpoint. But I just find it so fascinating. All day today, everyone's like, no Alt, no Slater. Of course Justin Herbert looks bad. You can't even judge him off these games if you don't have your starting left and right tackle. And it's like, what do you think the Browns have been dealing with all year long?
Yeah, and can I to get back to something we talked a little bit about earlier, just to trying to remember everything Fred went down through there. I think why Shador didn't get first team reps, I think, is absolute gray area, because I think it is fair to say that there were a fair amount of young quarterbacks in NFL history that don't get first team reps before seeing the field, certainly when they're the backup. while also the Browns committed a lot of first-team reps in practice, in preseason, and then, of course, in the regular season the first 4 weeks. So I do think it's a gray area. I would have loved to see the Browns have a commitment to Shador with even just 5% of the first-team reps in practice, but I understand they were trying to do everything they could to get Dillon Gabriel ready, with the idea that maybe they didn't have to play Shador at all this year if Dillon looked good.
Right, that was clearly what they were going for, which, by the way, Shador should have 100% of the snaps with the first team this week, and so we'll see how this starts to develop.
Bailey Zappi needs at least 30%.
Right. Send Bailey Zappi to the moon for all I care right now.
Maybe we should activate.
Get the practice reps on Mars right now.
Maybe we should get that. You know what? As Minnesota cut the third-string quarterback they had, who was from Minnesota, let's bring him in to get 216-474-0092. What do you expect to see from Shador? How much can 1 week of reps, how much of a difference can that make? 1 hour to go when we come back on 92.3 The Fan.
He's on tonight as well as they welcome in the Milwaukee Bucks at 7. Cavs remain without Darius Garland, Max Strus, as well as Jalen Tyson already listed out for tonight. And on the other side, Giannis Antetokounmpo is being listed as a game-time decision. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jake Volnick.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1 hour to go. We've got, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes, Monday Night Football. Vegas, the Raiders at the Cowboys.
Little scouting for Shador tonight. I got my scouting glasses on, Nick.
What do we want more out of Cleveland?
Some nice readers I got on.
Do we want the Raiders to win so they have a false sense of security going into the Browns game, or do we want them to lose so they're more demoralized going into the Browns game?
It might fall in the category of I don't think it matters. I think that might be the category. But for draft purposes, I think we have to root for the Raiders to win.
See, I would rather play a bad team after a win because the likelihood of them winning 2 games in a row is just very low.
And you think they might get a little fat and happy off that success?
Yeah, that's what bad teams do.
Yeah, both teams are bad here tonight.
Yeah. No, you're right. But the Cowboys don't factor into this on any level for the rest of the season. So really, I want what's worst in the long run for the Raiders, and I don't care what happens to the Cowboys.
We got a lot of time to talk about the Raiders this week. That Pete Carroll thing, though. That's unfortunate.
It's almost like the entire offseason of hiring 74-year-old coaches it didn't really pan out. Bill Belichick has not panned out. Pete Carroll's not panned out.
He's not a true 74. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, he's more like a 69-year-old.
That's what they tried saying. Like he's like, you haven't seen a 74-year-old like this, though. He's running around. He's throwing footballs. He's doing all this. His brain isn't of a 74-year-old. It's like, all right, fine.
So he smoked a bunch of weed and does yoga. Like, guys, he's physically young. Mentally, I guarantee you, he can't remember a damn thing. Once a week, somebody's got to come to me like, hey, Pete, your car keys are over there. You know how I know? Because I'm 40, and it happens to me.
It happens to you? Octogenarians are the new 70s, though. Let's bring this up. Let's go towards what kind of 80-year-old coaches are we going to have here? If the 74-year-old coaches would have worked, we would have gone to 80.
You think so? We would have just been pushing
ramping it up.
Like, I'm trying to think of any 90-year-old coach out there. Honestly, it could end up just being the same coaches. Mm-hmm. Like Belichick's your 75-year-old coach, so Belichick's your 80-year-old coach. Once you get to 80, why not a Belichick at 85?
I think the idea that these people are hiring some of these older coaches and not understanding these are retirement gigs for them, the same way I want to be an usher at a baseball stadium, they probably should get this together.
Nah, because I kind of like the idea. The NFL has it's got to become a retirement job. It used to be college. Remember how college used to, like Steve Spurrier famously said, I would have worked out in the NFL, I just didn't want to work that hard.
Yeah.
And I'm paraphrasing that a little bit, by the way. But like, it used to be, once you went from college to the pros, you really figured out what hard work is. Now, I mean, college jobs are for suckers, man.
They're for the NFL jobs are the cushy ones.
You can't practice anymore. There's tons of dead time across the schedule.
Okay, tell this to Hugh Freeze, though. I mean, Hugh Freeze had the golfing schedule of basically something like what I want to have happen when I get retired.
And what just happened to Hugh Freeze?
Exactly, but could you not have seen this coming? They could have seen this coming. Like when you take these jobs is basic. This is what happened with Brian Kelly. Same story. All right, what happened with Brian Kelly at LSU?
Kelly like 60?
Yeah, but all he wanted to do was golf. He was done with this whole thing. That's why I'd be shocked if he ends up with another gig, because he doesn't want to do the gig. He just wants to golf and not actually coach.
I will say the amount of times where I've heard a player say about Brian Kelly, I got hurt and then he stopped talking to me, or he didn't know my name, Oh, nothing. Bad coaching really hits home for me because I saw it take down like friends of mine who were good athletes, whether it's at college or high school. I saw good, and it's not just football players.
High school, it's probably a little bit more understandable, even though it's not great, but it's more understandable if it's like
it's
if it's like the history teacher that is just kind of riding it out. Like, you probably should step away, but like the idea that they're just, but like these are jobs worth millions of dollars, and some of these guys don't even care.
After watching Wadsworth this year and watching like what really good coaching actually is, I have such a different respect for coaching at that level. Like, if you're coaching in high school or college, even though there's a lot of money, because of the age that you're working with, you've got to have an interest in people. In the NFL, you can just...
Well, that's what it is, though.
They're just replaceable parts. I understand that. But in college and high school, you have to care about people. And the fact that so many guys are like, yeah, coach literally couldn't remember my name and I played for him for 4 years. That's just...
Well, this is what this turns into. It's a test of who actually cares at that point in their life. So the money's great, right? And so everyone wants to cash the checks because the money's great and the money's still rolling in. But can you, at 74 years old, still care the same way that you cared at 44 years old? Some can. I think most can't, though. I think that's really tough.
I think most I don't think it's even, I think you care about yourself.
No, in general, the general idea that you care about anything as much as you do at 44 when you're 74 is tough. Like that, I think that's a beautiful part about life, is that you just stop caring less and less and less about basically everything. and like it's kind of a fun part of life. But for some of these guys, like it's a tough part.
Oh, but like Belichick went to UNC out of ego. Even Urban, I know Urban's 15 years younger, 13 years younger, something like that. Urban went to Jacksonville out of ego and boredom.
I think it was a true test.
That's what drives those guys.
Yeah, but I think Urban always felt like it was a true test for him in a way where Bill just kind of feels like, again, this is like a retirement gig. And now all the reports that he's like, I don't even care about the NFL. To hell you don't.
Yeah, if the Giants came along with $10 million, and which is less than I think he's making in North Carolina, if they came along with a nice little $10 million 3-year deal, you're taking.
You know what it is? He doesn't want to be embarrassed the way that he was after the Falcons did all those interviews with him and then decided to not go with him.
By the way,
I think that hurt him publicly in a way that he's still trying to recover from.
Such a great. Can you imagine? Like, how did both of those scenarios end up? You stunk, right? The Raheem Morris thing has gone so bad for the Falcons with where they're going, if even makes it to a year 3, and somehow Bills come out worse. Because Bill's got 1 year at Chapel Hill. He just got dusted by Jake Dickert in Wake Forest.
I don't know that there's a way it could have looked any worse than what it does right now for him. If you took the Falcons job and Penix still sucked, I think we'd be like, all right, fine. We'd kind of look at it like we're looking at Pete Carroll and the Raiders right now. Like, you couldn't have really expected him to have this thing turned around.
216-474-0092. So we have been talking about the big news of the day. Mary Kay Cabot saying Shador likely to start on Sunday, in line to start, barring something unexpected. Let's go with John in Colorado. I bet you John in Colorado is going to have some feelings on Shador Sanders. John in Colorado, welcome to the show, John.
Actually do. I know I watched him in college, and he's a good quarterback. The Browns will not be able to determine whether Gabriel or Sanders is a good quarterback with what they put on the field every week. He had no chance. It was a joke. Johnny Unitas back there couldn't have done anything. In addition, Kevin Stefanski's play calling is so bad, he never stretches the field ever down the field.
He's not calling the plays anymore.
Well, yeah, it's still his playbook, though. You can tell. Because they never throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field. That play to Fannin was the longest play of the year, I think. They never run inside. They never throw slants to the inside. Why not a couple of two-step drops? Maybe a couple of, one, get back there and release the ball so the quarterback's not back there running for his life. It just doesn't seem like every week. I'm a Browns fan. I'm taking my son to Las Vegas this week. Mm-hmm. We're going in and out to watch the game. It's ridiculous. I spend, so much money every year on this team, and it doesn't seem like there's ever any accountability. It seems like it's a bad product. It always is. I'm stuck because I'm a 60-year-old guy, and I've been a Browns fan my whole life. So it's just, I wish there would be some of the reporters and some of the people ask Stefanski and the Browns, Barry and Stefanski, about being accountable for what they're putting on the field.
John, real quick, how old's your son?
My son's 30 years old.
Oh, very good. Well, hey, enjoy Vegas, okay,
yeah, it sounds
buddy?
like a fun trip. You guys going golfing or anything, or what?
No, I wish we were, but we're just going in and out for, we both have to work, so.
You going to the Bunny Ranch?
Oh, stop it.
Absolutely not.
I just thought
that's not the father-son activity that he was talking about here.
That's bonding beyond.
No, that's not bonding beyond.
I mean, that's the kind of secret you keep for decades.
Do you go to different rooms, or do you? What are you doing?
That's out of pocket.
Who goes first?
A few years ago, that would have worked, but not so much in this point in my life. Who
goes first?
That's a good point.
That was out of pocket.
John, we appreciate it.
It's not a good point. Thank you, John.
No. My thing was in play. It was just a harmless question.
Yeah.
Are you two going to go visit prostitutes together? You asking if they're in the same room.
But you got my curiosity going. I was like, you share the same one? And who goes first? What's happening here?
No,
Do you pay for separate ones? I don't know.
Buy one, get one.
Well, BOGO prostitutes.
I think we should all feel very lucky that JP didn't have a son. Because I think we know where we might be in a different universe if anything, God forbid, ever happened to at least 20 years from now.
We needed the back end of that. Yeah, we did. We needed the back end of that.
We landed the plane. I had a plan. Kind of like John and maybe his son this week. I don't know. I'm not judging. Here's the thing.
You're going to get me divorced way quicker than I ever will myself, by the way.
I think Anna, the Amish housekeeper, or vivid dreams of Grammy Pat are the things that are going to get you in trouble, fella.
Mama Pat.
And Mama Pat.
And we don't talk about those dreams.
Yes.
We don't talk about those. Yeah. There's no dreams, Max. Yeah. Stop yourself.
Not unless the therapist is there.
We need a therapist for someone that thinks that you go to the Vegas and go to the Bunny Ranch with your child.
Are you... Child, he's 30. Oh, yeah.
Adult son?
I'm sorry.
Son?
I'm sorry.
Hey, here's your birthday present, young...
No.
Daniel?
No. Daniel. Yeah, no. You just both go. You don't talk about it. You don't go like, I want a redhead one.
Oh, yeah. No,
let's take the other one goes, I'll take a blonde.
Let's take the rental car. Let's just see the prices. Let's just see how this looks.
No, I've never been. Oh, honest. Look, isn't this nice? It's so much swankier than I thought. Oh, that's what that costs? I'll see you in 5.
Hey, don't tell Mom about this one. Wink, wink.
What if the mother had tragically passed?
Well, then we should be doing a GoFundMe for this Bunny Ranch experiment is what we should be doing.
Thank you.
If that's the answer.
Finally, the respect it deserves.
I'll start the GoFundMe.
This could be basically like the movie Nebraska with Bruce Dern and Will Forte, but the end result is going to the Bunny Ranch in Vegas.
Not enough Nebraska in that movie.
By the way, I don't think Vegas is a great hang for dads and sons. Gambling, prostitutes.
Well, no, if you take the prostitutes out of
the Oakland A's. I like that
one. Okay.
Listen, we'll go to the Bunny Ranch.
With that one. But you have to watch age baseball.
I want a Kurtz jersey. No! I will buy you a vintage Derek Carr jersey. And 10 minutes at Club Happy.
If genetics are a thing, the dad knows how long the kid needs, so that's nice. he can talking about, you said 10 minutes.
We're having fun.
We're having fun.
216-474
like that. I'm turning into Ken Carmen over here.
The A's and the Bunny Ranch will do it to all of us.
I'm horny.
we have obviously more of your reaction to get to about Shador and starting in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
The True Rewards app from True North Stores. Join today and save 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up and save 5 cents every day. Get member-only offers and stackable fuel savings in the palm of your hand. Find it in your app store. True North Stores and True Rewards. Fast, friendly, clean.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. An afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
10 minutes. The Club Happy.
If genetics are a thing, the dad knows how long the kid needs, so that's nice. he can talking about, you said 10 minutes.
We're having fun. In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes, Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. Hey, we're having fun. You want to revisit that conversation, or do you want to get back to Shador and how good he is at football?
I think we covered what happens when a father and son visits the Bunny Ranch. I think we got our bases covered there.
Yeah.
There's no new ground that we're breaking on that one yet.
And you know what, John? Thanks for calling in and give us that opportunity there.
Yeah, he just wanted to, watch the Browns and I don't know, maybe we'll get wild and have a daiquiri or two on the Strip, and we're taking him to the Bunny Ranch or the Brawny Ranch, as we once called it.
No, that was a different ranch.
Well, that's where LeBron hosts you at the Brawny Ranch, and then he comes on in, and then he welcomes you to the different parts.
And then LeBron goes, this time he got me the job.
Yeah, okay.
Because Bronny got him LeBron got LeBron the job in the NBA.
Yeah, we all followed that one. Thank you.
He's wearing like a little Mater D. It's a big Mater D because he's 6'8". And
then Jaylen Brown's in the corner being like, I think he's for the G League.
And then Jaylen Brown, half of his hairline is
it just rubs off the wall.
And you walk in.
I hope you wheeze now. I'm hoping for a wheeze.
Yeah, hoping for the fat guy to wheeze. What a classy response out of you.
Well, the wheeze that Mac now is playing, it sounds like a duck that's dying. Is the problem here? My wheeze sounds like a duck that is just out of it, done, over.
All right,
last breath.
While we're talking out of pocket,
those little squeaky ducks you have in the bathtub.
Forever, if you go to a strip club, there's the names. There's like a through line of names.
Yeah.
Of like Autumn and Faith and Heaven, and I've been going to the same coffee shop for 6 months.
Are they all stripper names?
They're all stripper names. And I'm like, is there a large overlap of a concentric circle of stripper names and barista names? Because I'm not prepared for it. I got a Rachel today, and I was like, oh, thank God. I was like, if it was another, cinnamon, I was just not going to be able to handle it.
Do you graduate from the strip club to then, you just become a barista? When you're done with being a stripper, you're just out of it. You're I'm out of that game. Yeah, I made enough money. We're good. I want to have a normal perceived job, and then you become a barista, maybe?
Yeah, because you've got your degree that you paid for by going through the strip club.
How about one of those stripper baristas? You see those pop up on TikTok all the time?
What side of TikTok are you on?
It's the live feeds. It always pops up.
I'm on TikTok. I've never seen those.
It's on my TikTok, I guess.
Mine.
I guess I'm on a special part of TikTok. I don't know. They're not naked on the TikTok, by the way. They're not naked on TikTok.
Okay,
they're in bikinis on TikTok, and then they serve up the different barista type drinks, and the whole deal. It's always in Seattle. It's in Washington. It's always in the Pacific Northwest. And then the whole concept is I'm like, this seems maybe not great from a health perspective. I don't know how it passed all the health tests, but they're always it's like them. It's a live feed, and then it's them making the coffees and doing all that, and then they serve the drivers, and the drivers come through, and then always look very pervy, and then they go on their way.
I'm just thinking of a strip club.
They go on their way.
A coffee strip club.
That's what it is, essentially.
How confusing that has to be.
It's also 8:30 in the morning now. I don't know who wants or needs that at 8:30 in the morning.
Goon.
You're just perennially gooning, and you're like, oh, let me get my coffee with this. But this is it's a real thing. It's a thing that exists.
You're gonna get a 5-minute lap dance in 3 minutes. I'm horny.
She drops the hot coffee on your lap, and piss her off.
That's her special move.
It's the big payoff.
We call this the coup de grace. I'm horny. And now to the stage with a cinnamon dolce latte. It's Faith. I'm horny.
I got nowhere to go, guys. I can't. I can't. I feel like once we entered the equation of coffee and strippers, I'm out of words. I'm out. You can't just play me wheezing like the duck either. No. All right, hold on.
On the stage with a blonde latte, it's Shador Sanders.
Oh, no, that's just uncalled for. That was out of pocket. He fumbles the coffee. Why tellers there to jump on that too? I got you, Shador.
Bouncer jumps on it.
Thomas and Shaker. What's up, Thomas?
Man, I can't believe y'all brought me on after that. Come on. Sorry, that's a crazy way to come in on the radio. Y'all trying to get me fired.
You can't get fired from a job you don't have, Thomas.
Whoa, I work really hard. Come on.
What are you getting fired from?
You get fired from TikTok.
Hey, you know what? You're on TikTok. Channel. You know what? I can't be the only one that this pops up on their live feeds. I can't be the only.
No, I'm on TikTok. I got a job, JP. I work. How do you think I afford to call you in?
Oh, I thought you meant you got fired from this job. I was like, you can't get fired from the radio station.
No,
it's okay.
No. My boss listens to the radio station all the time.
Oh, really?
We're big fans of the show.
You guys, did you talk with your boss about listening to the shows?
No. What happens is I go to work. They go like, "Oh, Thomas, we heard you on the radio again."
Oh, well, Thomas.
By the way, Thomas, have you seen stripper baristas on TikTok?
I think you deserve a raise.
Have I seen what on TikTok?
Stripper baristas.
No, I haven't.
Don't lie to the people, Thomas.
I'm not on that part of TikTok.
Let's not act like I'm the only person that this pops up in their live feed. There's no way.
No,
There's no
JP,
way I'm the only. Oh, yeah, I'm the only one that stripper barista is a thing on my TikTok.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
It's always the Pacific Northwest, though. It's always like a Washington. It's always a Seattle. It's always
maybe they've targeted you because of your love.
It's never like Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, Jake, you better be coming in here to tell me that that stripper coffee barista TikTok is in your algorithm as well.
It's an algorithm as well, JP. I'm here to save you.
Hey, y'all. I love y'all.
I like that you came in just to confirm that it also lives on your algorithm.
Yeah, I couldn't let you die on that tree, though. I had to come in and save you.
That's hilarious.
You don't even ask for it
right now, man.
Jake, you don't even ask for it. It just shows up.
No, I think it showed up once or twice.
Just like those ads on the TikTok shop for all sorts of different. It just shows up.
Yeah,
but then you didn't know it was a thing, so you're like kind of curious about what the profession is.
You can't stay too long, Jake. That's the problem that we ran into. We both
so we're looking for a look, but not a leer.
We both
kind of situation.
We both stayed too long.
Oh my goodness!
That's why it kept staying up.
Man, we had a stomach cramp there from laughing too hard. So, Thomas, what do you think about Shador?
I'm just excited about Shador Sanders. I'm actually happy that he's playing against the 2-8 Raiders. I think that's a great situation for him to play against. In an indoor stadium away, so you don't have to worry about the home team crowd. I don't know. My gut feeling is telling me that we win on Sunday, but that doesn't mean that Shador is going to have this big, amazing game. I think he does just enough to win, whether that's scramble out of the pocket or throw a big pass. Your guess at 440, I really liked him because he really categorized how I feel about Shador, that he has this raw talent, but he has this really raw, nice talent, but he needs to mold that talent. That guy just orchestrated better in more football terms. But, yeah, no, I'm excited.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much there.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Good luck with TikTok.
Thank you, Thomas. Hey, you want to grow your numbers on TikTok? I think we know how.
There's not a male version of this yet, is there, JP?
Yet there isn't. Not yet there isn't.
Yeah. Somebody wants to pay off that house a little early, JP?
Are you talking about my house?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm not a stripper. I'm not a stripper barista.
No, you're not. You're a radio show
only
host.
because I don't know how to make coffee, Nick.
And you I would love to. I just don't know how to make coffee.
I'm just not good enough at it. What goes in there? I have no idea.
It's time about the coffee, guys. Simmer down. Steven,
the bulge.
in Broadview Heights, welcome to the show.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Good evening.
I would say not well. Yeah, I think we're a little off the rails here, but I'm sure you'll save the show.
We'll see. Yeah, that's the created the conversation. But Shador, I was listening to the game yesterday on the way to a concert, and I was excited to hear that he was in the game. And honestly, I'm looking forward to him starting Sunday, but I think that it's a lot deeper than just our quarterback situation. I feel like Shador can go out there and light it up, but I still feel like we have so many missing pieces to that puzzle and inconsistencies as a team where it's a lot deeper than just him. And I really hope he goes out there and lights it up, but I guess we'll see.
So I agree that there's more pieces missing than maybe people are giving credit for. What I will say is, if you can just throw the ball down the field, you might be able to make up. I think one of the things that kills me in this conversation, it's not that, hey, the weapons are bad, the offensive line isn't good. It's not that that's not a valid critique. It's that there aren't 32 teams with 32 elite units at every part of the ball. Like,
right.
Everyone's overcoming something, and that almost is always certain on offense. So I think the problem is we haven't had one piece of this offensive unit overcome another, and that's what gives me hope about Shador. For all the bad stuff we saw yesterday, just 5-6 deep balls a game makes a huge world of difference.
Yeah, I mean, no question. And even but like there is the idea that in Denver, for instance, one of the best offensive lines in the sport, and then you watch Bo Nix, and the reason why they can have confidence in that Kansas City game and why they feel like even at the half they got him right where they want him is because they know he's got all day to figure it out and all day to work through, and Shador is just not going to have that luxury, and that's all right. He's told us for years he can overcome that, so let's see it.
216-474-0092. Dave has also been waiting patiently. Dave, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dave.
Appreciate it. I just want to say Shador Sanders will throw for 2 touchdowns and at least 240 yards. You heard it here first. But I haven't been on that side of TikTok either. I'm not sure I do want to get on that. But, yeah, Shador's going to have an amazing game. He's going to throw for 2 touchdowns, I think 240 yards. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Dave. He's like, I'm not sure. I do want to be on that side of TikTok.
I like women and I like coffee. I just don't know how I can get on that side of TikTok and still be married.
It just happens organically. It's like all of TikTok.
Yeah, but
you don't ask to be on that side of TikTok.
That's not a response that I can give to my wife.
Yeah, you don't ask to be on that side of TikTok. It just comes to you.
I'm just helping putting them through college, one coffee at a time.
It just presents itself, and then it's just there, and then you don't even know how you got there.
It usually
you built that for you, page brick by brick.
It's kind of like you and your truck algorithm last week. And you don't know how you got on that algorithm.
It's true.
You didn't put that in the search bar. It just popped up. And then did you stay a little bit longer than maybe you would have liked? Yeah, maybe. And then it kept popping up more and more, I guess.
Certainly did. Keep popping up. 216-474-0092. Thoughts on Shador Sanders? Other things we've talked about? In case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glassrose, sending in here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Can I interest anyone in taking Charlotte plus 45.5 this upcoming Saturday versus Georgia?
Network. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Final segment of the show. Nick and JP back with you. We do have Monday Night Football coming up. Raiders versus the Cowboys in about 15 minutes here. I want to say big thanks to the birthday boy, Daryl Ruiter. He turned 32 today. Plus 16.
He turned 48. Yeah. But by the way, does Daryl ever seem like he's 48?
I don't know. It's tough for me to answer because I've known him since I was like 10.
He just always seems younger.
It's because he doesn't have kids. Kids age you. I don't mean this in a bad way, but like I think any childless folks out there will say you are younger than somebody your exact same age because kids do have a way. There's a lot that goes with having a family.
Because he does. He looks younger.
Yeah.
He looks like he's 32.
Yeah. Again, man lives quite the existence. Covers sports. But great stuff with Daryl today. Again, happy birthday to him. Great stuff with Nathan Zagura at 4:40. That's when we found out Shador will be starting on Sunday, barring something unexpected. So great stuff with those two, but let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, Nick, we're going to start off with the Chiefs and the Broncos game yesterday. Broncos get the win. Is it time we take Denver seriously?
I guess. You and I fought it for as long as we can. That's a good win.
I have such a hard time with it. I really do. I don't think Bo Nix is as good as at least the NFL world thinks that he is right now. You got one of the best defenses in the NFL, one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. I think you're right. I think at this point we just have to tip our cap and say, okay, great. Now, the other part of this, though, is the Chiefs. Is there actual concern now about Kansas City?
No, because you've got, 7 games to make it up, and you are 1 game out of the last wild card spot. If you make it, that's all you really need to do. It doesn't matter whether you're the 7 seed or the 1 seed. I still would not bet against Kansas City, especially because it's like Jacksonville's ahead of you.
I have a hard time betting against them as well right now, but it looks and feels different. And you have a lot of these players that for years we've been wondering what happens when they get older. Travis Kelce, Jones, all these guys, even Mahomes. Mahomes, his numbers have been down past couple years, but this year it looks and feels just a little bit different. I would never count him out, but it does seem different.
I think history is going to prove you and me right on Bo Nix, by the way, but he's the most dangerous kind of quarterback in the NFL, which is the kind of quarterback that has a head coach that believes in him and knows how to put him in position to succeed. I think that's when you've got that kind of synergy. You fit the coach's system. The coach believes in you. There's a great relationship there. It's hard. Like, yeah, I'd rather a Mahomes. I'd rather a Josh Allen. But if you get one of those, maybe it's the 8th best quarterback in the NFL, 10th best quarterback, but he happens to just fit with his head coach, that's as dangerous as a franchise quarterback.
I mean, I feel like all last summer, all we kept talking about was the idea that Denver can show you the roadmap. If they can start to be good, they can show you the roadmap of how you deal with a bunch of dead cap issues, which they had in coming off Russell Wilson, but being able to maneuver that and find their way out of what is a really messy situation. They took their lump. Now they're in the other side of it. And I mean, it's an incredible thing that they pulled off. Tip of the cap to Sean Payton.
Well, we're going to stick in that game because actually, no. I actually want to get to the Jamar Chase news. Jamar Chase has been suspended a game for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Jalen got thrown out of that game. Jamar denied after the game. He was like, I don't know why Jalen got so mad. He just doesn't like me. And then turns out we had video evidence. Is it dumb that Jamar denied until they had the irrefutable evidence?
Like, that's what I would have done. Yeah. You got to deny. Put the burden of proof on them. It's interesting. Chase, he's never been suspended in his career. It's not as if he has like this dirty reputation attached to himself, but he's always been someone that kind of mouths off, and always been very, very quick.
Self-anointed troll.
Yeah. And to see it go from being self-anointed troll into now he's doing things that just Looney Tunes does. That's not a good development for Jamar Chase.
Yeah, what I will say is everybody keeps going back to it's the most disrespectful thing you can do in the world is to spit on someone. I can think of like 5 more. There's at least one unforgivable word. There's you can just attack someone physically. I think we've gotten to the point where we're turning spitting on someone to be like the same thing as like a threat on their life. No, it's just a D move. Every player goes like, I saw Damian Woody today, and he's like, it's the most disrespectful thing you can do. And I'm like, there's way more disrespectful things.
On the field, though, it is really disrespectful.
He could slide into your girl's DMs. Like, there's plenty of things that you could tip them on like a TikTok Live if she's a stripper barista. There's many more ways. It's not cool.
I don't even think that's disrespectful. I think that's just a good heads up.
Unless he has ulterior motives.
And wouldn't he? Wouldn't he in this instance?
Someone's looking for more than just a nice, strong, medium brew.
It's interesting. The pushback hasn't been the same as the Jalen Carter one. I did hear like Dan Patrick earlier today said that basically you could have swung and hit Jamar Chase. It would have been in bounds. At that point, once he spits on you, basically you can do whatever you want in retaliation.
That's so ridiculous.
It does feel a little extreme, does it not?
Now, that being said, I think if the NFL was really serious about players showing great sportsmanship, they suspend him for 2 games. 1 for spitting, 1 for lying.
Listen, they've lost 7 out of their last 8. Jamar Chase just might want the vacation anyway.
Yeah, but he wouldn't want the unpaid vacation. I think that's the
true.
thing.
That's true.
Yeah, if you suspended somebody for 2 games for spitting, I gotta tell, I don't think we're getting another spitter for a while.
I mean, 1 game should have been enough with Jalen Carter.
I don't think 1 game matters.
I like that that's the precedent, though. The precedent is you spit. It's an instant 1 game. That's what they're telling everybody. Yep. Instant 1 game if you spit.
Now we got to up it. The second spitter gets
all the
2
things
games.
you can do that doesn't get you a game, but you spit. That's 1 game.
Yeah, 2 games now. I'm saying up it.
I know. I see what you're saying.
The first game didn't work. They got to really hammer it home.
Josh Naylor signed a 5-year extension to stay in Seattle. I don't know that this is going to age very well for them. I don't think Josh Naylor is going to be the guy stealing as many bases as he stole last year. I think part of that was because it was a contract season coming up for himself. I think there was a lot of value attached to the amount of stolen bases that he had, but I'll be interested to see how this contract plays out.
I don't think enough people have talked about what a great glow-up this is for fatties.
Yeah?
I cannot think of another fat first baseman that has gotten a 5-year deal. 3-year deal, sure. 2-year deals, out the yin-yang. A 5-year deal for a guy who I didn't want to pay because he was too fat last year. That's just a big glow up for my community. I'm very excited about this.
Well, now I'm just thinking of fat first baseman throughout the years.
Who has a higher WAR over the next 3 years? Stephen Kwan or Josh Naylor?
Josh Naylor, probably.
5 years.
Stephen Kwan, probably. I think it flips at some point. I think it flips in his favor at some point. The thing about this Naylor contract, it could end up being just a really big disaster, but the way that the Mariners fans kind of wrap their arms around him, it seems like they don't even care.
Yeah, it's like when Pujols...
He's a fan favorite now.
Like the first 4 years of Pujols'
You thought
deal.
that first baseman, and I went to Pujols late in his career as well in my head.
Well, because my thing was, the first 4 years, it was like, oh, this is working out, and then the next 6 years happened.
At what point does a really, in-shape person end up becoming what you perceive to be fat? I thought about this with David Njoku. I saw some videos of him shirtless over the weekend, because what else does he do?
Yeah.
And I was like, I know that's in shape. But there's also a lot more rolls on the back than what there used to be, and I don't know. You can see it. It's kind of like there's a 6-pack there, but it's sticking out in an interesting way, and I don't know where he's crossing the line. That was Pujols late in his career too. It's like, are you still really in shape? There's muscles there. I know there's muscles there, but it also kind of seems like you might be a little chunky too.
David Njoku, is he fat? 216-474.
I'm just saying. I just don't know how to judge these things. Is probably the real answer.
Well, I got to bring some real fatties in for you to see. I think that's how we do it. And then a real muscular guys, and they can Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murray. Big thanks to Jake Volnick. That went quickly.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Just like our buddy's trip to Vegas with his son. Boom! Shabu! All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow, too.